Mason? Hey, it's, it's Cammy. Look, I just got home, and I'm still... I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to you. I'm at a loss. I don't know. Wherever, I don't care. I'm not trying to push you. I swear, I'm not. I just don't want you by yourself right now.
Please don't do this! Please don't do this!
Please, call me back. When you can.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another video. In today's video we are going to be continuing our deep dive into the Avarian show Analog Horror. So if you guys didn't know, recently I made a 6-hour long Analog Horror reaction video to the Avarian show series on YouTube. This is, fun fact, also a series that I voice acted. We looked into that and there was a ton of information and lore and just stuff happening in that. I would highly recommend that if you haven't already, do check that video out, because today's video is going to be sort of continuing on from that deep dive, and there's going to be a lot of stuff that may spoil you guys or a lot of new information that may confuse you. So if you haven't already, do check that out. I'll put that in the description if you want to check it out. But in essence, today we're going to be continuing our rabbit hole into the Avarian show, because if you guys didn't know, there is also an ARG styled website associated with this series that you can actually access from the latest episode released in the series on YouTube at the time of recording, the Orange Channel video. I will also be linking the website link in my video description below if you want to check it out. And if you want to, let's say, follow along with me as we deep dive through in this video. So do check that out if you are interested. But yeah, today we are going to be continuing looking into this series by deep diving into this ARG styled website. There's going to be a lot of new information and a lot of information that's going to sort of reiterate and resurface from stuff that we already know from existing lore and knowledge, stuff related to the universe of this series, the setting of where this is taking place, and an in-depth look into some of the characters as well. I hope you guys are ready for this, because just like the Analog Horror series on YouTube, there is a lot to this. Speaking of the YouTube series, I will also be linking the channel to the Avarian show in the description below. The show recently reached 11k subs and is possibly very close to 12k, so do show your support to the Avarian show. It is an amazing series, a very standout Analog Horror series, so do check that out. And of course, support your Analog Horror creators and horror creators in general. That's why I'm able to sort of make this video as well. Just as a reminder too, all of the footage that you're going to be seeing today from this video was live streamed over from my Twitch, link in the description below. We stream every day, so do check that out if you can. But yeah, a lot to go through in this one. I hope you guys are ready, and most importantly, I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. Let's get into it. With ARG websites, I also feel like another thing too is that they also link to other places sometimes. So we may get links to other things from this. Could there be another secret website attached here that we don't know about? That would make things even more interesting. But essentially, the website is called... It's called Landing Variant Labs, if I show the tab. So this is the variant... I'm guessing this is a Variant Labs website focused on Variant Labs. Now that makes me wonder if, since we have a Variant Labs website, is there the Zion equivalent? Do we have a Zion website as well? Again, in this Analog Horror series, there's two pretty big factions. We have Variant Labs, and then we have Zion, which is sort of the city in which a lot of the stuff has been happening in the series. For starters, we have a video. So actually, you know what? Pause the creepy ambience. Let's put this on and let's see what this is. This is the first thing we see when we open up the page. Maybe this is like an intro video to the thing. Let's see. Variant Labs. Oh, is that it? Oh, that's it. Okay, that's just intro. Okay, till anything big. Okay, well then, I press this. Boom. Variant Labs. There we go. Oh my goodness. Oh, it has its own music. Oh, that's sick. Okay. Well, this is already a banger website. This is already a banger website, guys. It has its own music. We don't need creepy music. There's nothing creepy about a dangerous science corporation doing weird experiments. So this is like the main menu then for the website, I guess. Variant Labs. Wait, what is that? Okay, immediately we see a link here. No. That says Adrian. A reminder to anyone, Variant Labs is owned by a guy called Adrian Carter II, who we actually had a face reveal and voice reveal literally on the latest episode of the show, of the Avarian show. Variant Labs, where science leads innovation to the unknown. Theo Morgan. That's one of the scientists in Variant Labs we actually saw yesterday in one of the episodes. Walk beyond the edge of ordinary thought, where Steel learns to dream and mankind's next chapter begins. Walk beyond the edge of ordinary thought, where Steel learns to dream. That's a specific thing to say. Steel. Welcome to Variant Labs. As most employees have said, it's easy to get lost in and around the many laboratories we have here. So we thought it only fitting that you could get lost on our website as well. With your magnifying glass in one hand and your protective goggles in the other, we here at Variant welcome the collective melting pot of the brightest minds, and the brightest minds still in training. Oh, you know what? Remember, guys, on the first channel trailer episode, there was like, it was like the Variant Labs application form to join the lab and stuff. I wonder if we're basically like looking through the perspective of an employee. So we've been hired by Variant Labs, guys. Let's go. We actually won by doing nothing. Let's go. So yeah, it's from the perspective of you working at the labs now. So this is like our personal website almost, or our account even, you could say. A laboratory should never be considered just a job you wake up to every day. No, it should be seen as a second home, one that loves you just as much as your original family does. Walk down our main corridor of brilliant expertise and witness the powerful display of the many branches science has to offer. At Variant Labs, science is not limited to beakers, notepads, and lab coats. We are much more than meets the eye. And honestly, if I was just a bystander reading this, I'd be excited because, yeah, you know, we always think of, you know, laboratories and lab corporations as the typical boring nerd chemistry beakers and notepads and glasses and actualies in the rooms and lab coats and no sleep and 40-hour shifts. Maybe Variant Labs is different, you know? Maybe it's actually a fun, enjoyable lab to work at, because I don't think I've heard labs are enjoyable to work at. I don't know. I did laboratory work for my degree once, and, like, I didn't enjoy them as much. But who knows what Variant Labs has to offer. We know that they're doing sus experiments. We know that. We gotta remember that from the series that we've been watching. Prepare to dive into a wave pool full of experimentally enhanced electric eels. Explore the deep history of Variant and meet each pair of eyes behind each pair of goggles. We're gonna learn about more. I think we're gonna learn more about the particular people in this corporation too, which is nice. It'll give us more character lore, which we love. Again, I've been loving the characters. There's so many characters in the Avarion show, guys. It's honestly sometimes hard to keep up, but there's a lot of characters. So, immediately though, we did see this. Adrian's case. I don't know if I want to look into that right now, but Adrian's case sounds a bit sus. Like, what type of case? What else do we have? Now entering South Zion. Again, South Zion is, I believe, where Variant Labs is situated, or at least near the outskirts of South Zion, because I'm pretty sure, again, Variant Labs is outside the borders of Zion, but it's near South Zion. Also, a lot of stuff to press. I don't know where to start. Okay, I'm terrible at this. Okay. Avarion. So in the latest episode of the series, the last one we looked at yesterday, we got revealed that, again, we have the Mason show that he does with his talk show and guests, and that show is called the Avarion Show. But here's another crazy twist to it all. There is actually even a pill that Variant Labs has created, literally called Avarion, just like the show, which made me puzzled and confused, because now I'm starting to debate and question, okay, which came first? Did the Avarion show came first? Or did the Avarion pill come first? Maybe they both happened at the same time, coinciding. Which is why I think, and from the incidents episode on YouTube for the Avarion show, we learned that even the people in the labs, even the technicians, even the scientists working at Variant don't know why in their top secret chamber in Variant Labs there is a freaking talk show happening with a guy named Mason and guests. But I feel like Adrian just knows what's happening. Mr. Adrian Carter, head of Variant Labs, knows what is happening. You know what? You know what? No. We'll start with Adrian's case. This is hidden. Oh, it's an audio thing. ZY14. Okay, hold on, so just to confirm again. We got... Oh my god, it's loud. Oh my god, it's gonna jump scare me every time. So we pressed this, and it took us to this website. Or this link to this bit, which shows this picture. So this is something related to Adrian. So just as a reminder, this is something again that is reinforced in the series in one of the episodes. There's a reason Adrian James Carter II is called the second, because he's the son of Adrian James Carter I. I believe that's what this is showing. So this is Adrian Carter II as a young kid. And again, all this artwork is done by people. This is all artwork done by them. And again, this series showcases a lot of art, and we love art, obviously, but a lot of art and effort went into all of this. So that's why I'm saying again, guys, please show your support for this series, because a lot of effort went into it. Okay, essentially, from what we know of from the series, Adrian Carter I is someone who is more into law. So he was more into law and more on the judicial side of things, probably the governmental side of things as well. So that's what Adrian James Carter I is, and we actually get confirmation of that from like one of the episodes in the series. And then we have Adrian James Carter II. This is him as a young kid though, because obviously, Adrian James Carter II is now the head of Variant Labs, but this is again just going back to the past. ZY is like the fictional like time year thing in Zion, so that's why it's called ZY. Carter II wanted to deter away from that family line tree of focusing on law, and instead he was more interested, as you can see, with science, which I'm pretty sure his dad would not have approved. Yeah, okay, let's see what this audio is about, shall we?
you've reached the Carter residence. Adrian James Carter I speaking.
You're a difficult man to reach, Mr. Carter. I thought better of a lawman.
And yet here you are. Who is this?
Danny Z, sir. Calling on behalf of Zion's integrity.
Zion's integrity? What kind of next-level storytelling are telemarketers?
This is no spam call, Mr. Carter. This is a matter of urgency. I'm calling because your legal counsel has been requested by the presidential office for an urgent matter involving...
Presidential? You mean as in...
President Zion, yes. Now, you understand why this call is urgent.
It doesn't make a lick of sense. Why me? There's plenty of lawyers or legal assistants in the city, especially under Phase's law. Why not them?
For this particular client, we require counsel from beyond the city's internal legal structure. This court in particular is seeking someone with knowledge of legal proceedings, but without formal integration of Zion's system. An independent practitioner, a freelancer if you will.
Particular court? So you're saying it's nationwide? The case, who's the client?
I'm not authorized to disclose their identity over the phone.
Then tell me the charge.
I'm not authorized to disclose that either.
Well, what exactly are you authorized to say besides I'm not authorized?
This is a very delicate situation. We'd prefer you to speak to the client rather than us.
All right, Danny, where am I headed?
West Zion, sir.
West Zion?
West Zion? There's nothing in West Zion besides little old Oakwood.
That's just it, Mr. Carter. You're not being called to the town. You're being called above and around it.
Oh. You mean Mount Zion?
Mount Zion? Huh? That's the first I've heard of that, I think. So this is way in the past too. So this would be in a timeline which is like sort of distant from when all of the present stuff has been happening in the series. So we have a phone call with James speaking with an associate with the president of Zion about a very important case. But it's also shrouded in mystery the way he said it, because I feel like he knows something about it. He says, oh, it's nationwide, or like, and they urgently want him involved in this as the lawyer for a client, which they don't talk about over the phone or the charge. I don't know if that's a common thing with lawyery stuff. I don't know if anyone's a lawyer in chat, but is it normal to not say these things on the phone? I don't know. I don't know how legal proceedings work, guys. I'm a dumbass. I don't know that stuff. And that's all they're going to elaborate on, huh? I don't know if there's anything else I could press here. Okay, I need to go back. I've pressed too much. Okay, there we go. With websites like these, you gotta always make sure whenever you see something with like the hand click gesture, you gotta check if you can press it. It shows it for here, but I don't know if I can actually press this. I don't think I can. Okay, never mind. Maybe not. ZY51 Variant Labs. So a lot of the series is taking place in the Zion year of 51. A lot of the camera footage that you see in the show too also has like ZY51 on it. So I would say that ZY51 is the present year in which this is taking place. The series is taking place. And that case was like from, 14. Let's just look through the website properly then, I guess. So we have the lab. Oh, that's okay, that's this thing. Okay. In which case, let's look at the scientists. Now, some of these people we have seen on the show. So we're gonna like sort of see these people and get a little bit more information about them and see how important they could be in this overarching story. So let me check links. Any secret links? The Saw has a link. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Right. Patrick Adams. This is Patrick Adams. And if you guys remember from the series, we know that unfortunately this guy's dead. So Patrick Adams was, as it sort of shows here, he was the previous owner of Variant Labs, but at that time it actually wasn't even called Variant Labs. The name Variant Labs was instituted after this guy died, and then Adrian Carter II took control, which also has some questions and eyebrows raised because, like, the way both of these people have been running their things or ran their stuff is different. But yeah, before Variant Labs, it was actually just called Variation Tech. So this is ZY38. I wonder if is that the year he died? But it happened, he was the head first of this place when it was called Variation Tech. Unfortunately, Patrick Adams got involved in a machine accident, quote unquote. We still don't know how it happened, but he got stuck in one of the machines that they use at the lab, and apparently it was crushing his bones, and he was screaming for 8 minutes. Very brutal. Very brutal. And scary, and very unfortunate. RIP Patrick Adams. So, what do we have here? We have ZY38, Variation Tech, Command List, Patrick Adams, Howard Green, Lyle Smith. Okay, that's where the Howard comes in. I don't know who this Howard guy is. Howard, make sure when heading out to that old site, you recover what's rightfully Zion's property. Oh, so this is like someone from Zion going to Variation Tech? Oh, I wonder if this is after... I wonder if this is, yeah, then maybe a situation after the fact that he died from the accident, which means Patrick died at ZY38. Possibly, I don't fully remember. Is this a video? Oh, it's a phone call.
No, I can hear you. Barely. Just speak up. You need a refresher? You're standing in the middle of the desert with my funding and my reputation, and now you need the plan repeated to you? No, I'm not angry with you. I am angry that a very simple arrangement is already beginning to require supervision. You lost a man already? Then document it as environmental exposure. Heat, equipment failure, poor footing in the sand, whatever. We knew the risks, as did you. Howard, listen carefully. The recovery comes first. Whatever is inside that distant facility, whatever they sent us out there to find, you, and only you, secure it. Yes, he stays with you. Because if he wanders off playing the hero, the others will follow him. Keep him close. Let him think he's useful. I didn't specify a way, but however, I do remember a storm closing in on your location. Use that to your advantage. I don't care how or when. He has a talent for placing himself exactly where he shouldn't be. Just don't let the others interfere. No, Howard, I did not say murder.
Oh.
Bring me back what Zion sent us for. Bring back whoever still serves a purpose. But our little problem, let the desert keep him.
Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Now I'm sus of Patrick. You know, we've seen Patrick in the series. We saw him in the channel trailer. He seemed like a normal, head of a company. And we even got information from one of the episodes about how Variation Tech was run by Howard with Patrick when he was around. People liked him. He was a pretty, chill-going guy, and he made the workplace enjoyable. Also, no, I don't think this is at the year that he died, because he's clearly still speaking. Okay, forget what we said about this may have happened after he died, or maybe they're collecting his dead body. Forget what I just said. This is something else. This is something else. And again, I hope you guys heard that properly. They mentioned something about something going wrong and they lost a man. So, Variation Tech clearly was doing some sort of experiment. A mishap happened, and he sounded like he wanted to make sure it was covered up. Okay? And it happened in the desert as well. Funny thing, because Variant Labs is situated in the desert. Also, another thing too, I wonder, because again, Variant Labs is under its own jurisdiction in the present time of like the series, because it's like its own separate thing away from Zion. But I wonder, when Variation Tech was around, was Variation Tech more involved with the city of Zion? And then it changed. If you look at the like logo for Variation Tech as well, you can see that it's like green, right? It has the green to it, and that's obviously the color green is associated with Zion. Oh shit, I didn't even see this part. It leaked into the furthest depths of the floor. What did? Information? Link? No. No. Nothing? Is anything hidden in like the text above in the space? Okay, I didn't see that. I need to remember to always make sure to scroll down. I swear this wasn't... I don't know. But yeah, so it looks like Variation Tech, and again, even how Patrick Adams was in contact with clearly someone from Zion, it looks like. So it looks like Variation Tech was in like contact with Zion and the state of Zion a lot. But now with Variant Labs, they're no longer associated with Zion. Because again, they're all blue, so you know that they're like sort of different from the city. Okay. So some sort of Variation Tech accident may have happened, involving someone and like a body and stuff. I'll definitely have to like re-listen to these. And again, if you guys want to yourself like listen to this stuff, the website's obviously available. Our team is one of a kind and keeps growing by the day. Get to know the people behind Variant Labs. This page is designed to introduce visitors to the individuals who help keep our work moving across research, operations, development, security, communications, and beyond. Each profile offers a closer look at the people who contribute to the company's day-to-day function and long-term direction. Clicking on any team member's profile will open additional information about the employee, including their role within Variant Labs, departmental background, and other approved details made available for public viewing. This allows visitors to explore the people behind the organization in a more direct and informative way, while learning how each individual contributes to the broader work of Variant Labs. So these are all the scientists. Right. So that, oh my god, there's so many people to look at. There's the butterfly! Lead mascot and training module. Oh, wait, I didn't know this other title. We're gonna start off with the big head, okay? We're gonna start off with Adrian James Carter, CEO, Director of Variant Labs. Again, I'm really intrigued to see what more we're gonna learn about this guy. Adrian James Carter II, 48, is the founder and acting director of Variant Labs, a scientist or even madman known for pushing research beyond its limits. Born into a world that had already placed expectations on him, Adrian grew up as the son of a respected lawyer, Adrian James Carter I, which again we saw in that phone call at the start, whose tough demeanor left a lasting influence on him. His father pushed him towards a more traditional future, hoping he would follow a practical path of becoming a lawyer like him. But Adrian's interests were always elsewhere. Oh, it's that classic trait of like, your parent wants you to do this, but you want to do something else. Chad, I always believe, okay, you shouldn't push things on people, right? You should always let people do what they want to do, in my opinion. As long as it's not a bad thing to them or detrimental to them. But let people do what they want to do, you know? I support free will. Good for Adrian Carter to do science, but I'm sure you all are aware, though, that he's not doing maybe good science. He's maybe doing I don't know, bad science? From an early age, science became the center of his world. It was not just a career to him, but a calling. Something he pursued with intensity and a constant desire to uncover what others overlooked. That's a link. Before leading Variant Labs, Adrian trained and worked under Patrick Adams at Variation Tech, where he developed his skills inside a system that often clashed with his way of thinking. So yeah, it would make sense, those two. Adrian before, I feel like before, you know when you're in a corporation setting, I feel like before someone becomes like a CEO, they have to sort of just work their way up, like in the ranks, you know? So it kind of makes sense that Adrian would have worked under Patrick at the time. Adrian's ideas quickly made him stand out, ambitious, risky, and impossible for the people above him to keep brushing aside. After eventually taking over as CEO of Variation Tech, Adrian reshaped the company in his own image, transforming it into Variant Labs, a research institution focused on difficult and unusual studies. Yeah, that's the sus part. Difficult and unusual studies. Which, if you've watched the Analog Horror series on YouTube, would know they may be doing some weird experiments with transforming humans into something, and that it involves animals? Question mark? That's what is sus about this, is that what are they doing with this stuff? Adrian is usually remembered for his work, but his late wife, Vivian, was one of the few people who showed a different side of him. Oh, so he had a wife and passed away. My condolences, sir. Before Variant Labs became what it is now, Vivian gave Adrian something gentler to hold on to. Her death never really left him. It settled deep, shaping the colder, more distant man he became. Ah, rough background. Rough background. Adrian rarely speaks on this part of his life, and from what only few suspect, there's more to Adrian than meets the eye. Today, he remains a hands-on leader whose vision continues to define the laboratory's direction and reputation as a place for those willing to push beyond the expected and into the unknown. You know, there's always that fear of the unknown, right, chat? Is delving into the unknown always a good thing, or is it dangerous? Is it dangerous to go into stuff like this? You know, I feel like there's many horror stories about like delving into the unknown, and then boom, you have a situation where you're in a situation where you cannot like recover from terrible mishaps. So I'm getting that idea of, you know, what is Adrian doing, and is it worth it? And also, why is he doing this? Right, there are 2 links that we can press here, I think. I don't think there's anything else. We have the pictures too. The pictures all have... What does this take us to? If we press the A in Adrian... Oh. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Lovely. More links. Chat, this could take some time. Get your snacks ready. Get your seatbelts on. Wait, what is this? It's just a triangle. I can't press anything. Why? Why? What do you mean? There really is nothing here. What the hell? Is this a troll? Have we been trolled? I can't even press the triangle, guys. Oh no, they just enhanced the pictures. Is there anything secret in the pictures? This one looks like it has a microphone, so this could be like another audio thing. Oh. What? Oh yeah! In the incident episode, chat. So just as a thing too, another thing, for those of you who don't know, the whole thing with what's happening on the Variant show, Analog Horror series, is that essentially, in Variant Labs, in the most dangerous part of the lab, in their, what they call it, their containment chamber, that's the room or the place where Mason is doing his Avarion show. And in the incident episode, they mentioned there's usually only 2 people who are allowed to access that room. Adrian James Carter II, obviously the head of Variant Labs, would be the one who could go there. But then there's also this guy, Morton Lakesway, marketing lead. This is the other guy that they mentioned that can enter that room, that top secret room, meaning this guy must be big. And apparently he's the guy who does the voice for the ads for Variant Labs. Oh shit, chat, I fear there's so much more. Should we look at Morton then? We might as well, since it takes us here. But yeah, I want to know more about this guy. This guy we don't know a lot about. Morton's name is Rich with Attitude, but did you know it comes from an actual place located in Dakota called Lakesway? Error. Lovely. We love that. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, this guy is clearly big since he can also enter the dangerous room. So let's see. Morton Lakesway is one of the most recognizable voices in Zion's cultural history. A veteran performer with a long and reputable portfolio that carried on for miles. For years he was known across the city and beyond as the Voice of Zion, an almost deity-like nickname earned through decades of work in advertisements, public campaigns, radio spots, film narration, stage productions, and state-backed media. His voice, a kind of cartoony and almost generic radio sound, people instantly recognized no matter where they were located. Interesting, this guy's from Zion, but he's working, I guess, for Variant Labs now? Okay. Over the years, Morton became attached to some of the most visible media in Zion's history, lending his voice to countless campaigns and even working alongside President Zion's public machine and the endlessly marketable mascot, John Zion. His delivery became part of the city's identity to the point where entire generations grew up hearing him on screens, radios, and theatre stages without always realizing just how much of Zion's sound belonged to him. Ah, okay. So he was like the voice mascot for the city of Zion. Morton moved easily between stage and screen, which is part of what made him such a valuable public figure. He was not just a voice actor in the narrow sense, but a full multi-talented performing artist. By the time Adrian James Carter II brought him into Variant Labs, Morton's career had cooled from its peak, becoming more washed up. So yeah, Adrian James Carter II got this person from Zion to then join the ranks of Variant Labs. He was still respected but no longer remembered or standing at the center of Zion's media world the way he once had. To Adrian though, that hardly mattered. Yeah, I'm guessing they somehow got a person from Zion into Variant Labs. And then this guy's image just changed. He fell off, as many would say. Adrian had grown up hearing Morton's work and had been a genuine fan since childhood, making the chance to hire him feel less like a business move and more like pulling a legend into his own orbit. At Variant Labs, Morton was brought on as head of marketing, where his old road in performance and public persuasion gave the laboratory a voice it could never have built on its own. Even in a later chapter of his career, Morton still knows how to sell absolute bullshit like a spectacle better than almost anyone alive. That gift, and the long history behind it, made him a perfect fit for a place like Variant Labs. We have our guy. But apparently this guy is so important that he can also go to that top secret chamber that only Adrian can also go to. Since when does a marketing lead have that much power? Did something happen to this guy? Not found. Not found. Did he go missing? Not found. Not found. Now here's something a little bit sus. Why does it look like he has no clothes on? And also, it looks like he's in the woods. But you know what's sus about this situation is that if you guys remember the penultimate episode that we looked at yesterday, the rabbit hole episode, where we learned that Arthur went down this hole and it took him into a weird space in the middle of nowhere That's where it looks like this guy may be at right now. Because of the leaves and stuff, and like the only imagery we've seen of forests and whatnot, most definitely is from that rabbit hole episode where you get taken to this weird open world space, which is not reality, and has some weird stuff happening. It looks like he's there, like again because of the fact that he's in a forest environment, which makes things very interesting because it means that he must have gone through the set, right? And it would make sense because he's the other person who can go to the chamber room, which is where the Averion show is taking place. And then we have this. What is this? Audio. More audio. I love audio. Listen in, chat. Keep an eye out. Not an eye out. Keep an ear out. Yeah, right.
Ask your doctor of Averon.
Averion.
That's what I just said.
No, you said Avefafon. Or whatever half-assed amalgamation you came up with to make it easier.
All right, then spell it in a way that doesn't look like it was assembled by someone going into cardiac arrest.
It's spelled correctly.
To whom? A madman? Did you even go to school, Carter? Wasn't your father the damn best lawyer outside the city?
Try
It's
again.
Carter and him speaking.
Averabob!
Closer. Still wrong.
Oh, for the traveler's sake, Adrian. Is this a product, or am I cursing myself with an ancient language?
It's Averion. A-very-yon.
That's exactly what I just said.
No, your pronunciation was hideous.
Maybe because the word is hideous.
Lexway.
Look, Adrian, I've sold cigarettes, headache powder, homemade dog pineal exams, motor oil, mattresses, and a children's cereal that definitely exposed 10% of Zion's children to the overextended consumption of plastic in the actual recipe. And never in my life have I seen a name this hostile to the human dialect.
You're being dramatic.
Of course I am. I'm an actor, Adrian. Drama is in my blood.
Just say it like I told you.
Fine. Averion! There.
Better.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't start.
I've already started. We've been in your private quarters for 3 hours and I'm being bullied by a few missing letters. Now, are we recording or am I going to keep getting lectured by the monkey benefactor for orange cough syrup?
We're recording.
At Variant Labs, we believe the future of relief has a name. Averion.
So yeah, that was this guy. That was this guy and Adrian speaking together. Okay, setting up an ad. I get it. Okay, perfect. But yeah, what? This picture's weird. And the fact that it says not found too, is it suggesting essentially that he's now missing? Is Morton missing? And again, we all found this just from the fact that we got that from this page. From Agent James Carter. Okay. So to save us some time, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sort of explain some of the other characters mentioned in this page, just briefly. So the next character we looked at was Trinity Remington. Trinity serves as the research director now for Variant Labs, and interestingly enough, she was the personal assistant to Patrick Adams during the Variation Tech days. She has a huge role in shaping how the lab works and does not stay quiet when there may be certain things going on. So she always tries to make sure her voice is heard and listened to. Now, another important thing that's actually going to be something that you see through a lot of these characters is that Trinity here grew up through something known as the Zion Armada. She grew up in the city of Zion through its sort of military governmental school, sort of being brought up in the sort of Zion propaganda and Zion way almost, right? She used to be part of the Zion military, helping out in artillery work for Zion. And I guess that sort of work helped her to be the way she is now, in that sort of high-level field and sort of commanding position that she has at the labs now. Now, when you go to the bottom of this page for Trinity's description, there is actually a link to another web page. And when we press that, it takes us to this. Channel City Magazine, that says, on something. Oh. Madam Complex's Channel City. Oh god. Scary. Stay off the internet, kiddos. There's danger afoot. You heard it here first, guys. Madam Complex is another name we've been hearing a lot about. I don't fully understand what Madam Complex is, though. Like, what she actually is. But we've heard that name a lot mentioned as well. And I think this is more related to the Zion stuff, so makes sense. Beware, science is bad. The actions of Phoebe Knox are remembered. And still hated on. That's another name that I've been heard mentioned a lot about, is Phoebe Knox. In the channel trailer, Patrick Adams says that Phoebe Knox is who assigned him to be the lead of Variation Tech, I think.
Appointed by Phoebe Knox.
Yeah, appointed by Phoebe Knox. Who is Phoebe Knox in all of this? Previous head of Zion, possibly? I'm getting that sort of vibe. That's very interesting that they say beware of science. And if you remember, you know, Agent James Carter growing up wanted to be into science, right? Which is maybe why he was like sort of put down on from, because of the fact that it looks like in the city of Zion, they did a propaganda campaign to prevent the knowledge of science, which is interesting. I think that says which came first, the chick or the egg. That's from one of the episodes too. The hatchlings episode. Who cares? Honestly, true, who cares? Oh my god, is that a chicken wing? Chad, is that a chicken wing? I'm not gonna lie, I am so hungry now. That actually adds a lot of context as to, I guess, why Zion doesn't like Variant Labs now, because of that idea of pushing towards science. They've clearly had a history of not liking science in the city. And again, the actions of Phoebe Knox. So something bad happened with Phoebe Knox. I need more lore on what Phoebe Knox is and how she plays a part in this and how this all connects. I feel like what this website is going to do, chat, is going to give us a lot of lore based on around the setting and the context of, you know, where all this is happening, what has happened in the past that has led to the present day, right? Also, what is Mr. Zion doing in the background there? That's kind of creepy, Mr. Pringle guy. The next character we looked at was Artemis Steele. Artemis is the senior executive assistant at Variant Labs. She has a passion of working in large corporations and has had that sort of passion ever since she was young. As she grew up, her parents were sort of the type that wouldn't want her to go through that line, and instead choose the path of refinement that sort of her family, I guess, were brought up to be. She is also from a region called Tundra, so this is where we start to learn that there's a lot more to the world of the Variant Show and the universe in which this series takes place in. And I like that this website, as you'll see later on as well, tries to sort of do some world building. It really adds to that sense of realism and to get you hooked into the series by doing this sort of world building. So Tundra is sort of like a snow-covered, colder region of the universe of where this is taking place. I don't know if this is still like in the country per se, or like if this is just a completely other like region near to Zion or around the outskirts. Speaking of Zion, ever since she was young as well, she would see a lot of adverts showing the Emerald City, aka Zion, and she was very much captivated by it. And then one day, she saw an ad for Variant Labs where they were looking for a senior executive role, and so she decided to do that, and thanks to her strong resume and academic background, she was able to get the role and head over to Variant Labs. Her parents were not happy with the decision she was taking to go there, but she just chose to build her life in her own terms and sort of just go for it. And yeah, that's pretty much Artemis. Again, I am sort of briefly going over this, but of course you can read these guys in more depth on the website pages. If you want to do that, do go ahead. The next character we looked at is one that I've mentioned a few times before as well, and we've seen in the show. Gabriel Grain. So, if you guys remember from one of the earlier episodes in the series, most specifically the episode called A Look into the Past, in that episode we find out that Gabriel Grain was basically laid off from his work, and so became unemployed, and he, wasn't in the very great of moods and mindsets. His wife, Eden, decided that he should go and apply to a place called Variant Labs, and wouldn't you know it, he's in Variant Labs, and we find that out as well in the incident episode. Gabriel Grain is the lead chemist at the lab, and he has a very major role in the production of the Avarian pill. This also suits Gabriel too, because again, he is very much into chemistry. Chemistry is one of his passions, so being able to have that lead role definitely helped him. But here's the weird part about it, is that according to Gabriel, he wasn't taken on as lead chemist due to his qualifications, but rather that the fact that Adrian sort of had a gut feeling about him. That is kind of weird, that you overlook the qualifications and brush it aside, and instead just say, oh, I have a feeling about this guy. I'll take him in, but I have a feeling. That is a bit sus. I don't know what Adrian's mindset was or thinking process was in doing that. I mean, yeah, he has the qualification, so thankfully he got in there, but gut feeling? Why gut feeling of all things? So just like some of the other character profiles, at the end of this one, there is a link to another page. This one's a sneaky little John Zion peeking from one of Gabriel's pictures. And when we press it, it takes us to this.
You know what pisses me off most?
That you work here? Because that's obvious.
Shh. Besides that, Adrian keeps throwing random garbage in there like he's feeding ducks at a damn pond.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the crazy shit he's tossed in there? Last week's test was a bowling ball.
Educational bowling ball? Remember, everything is educational.
So if a bowling ball is educational, does that mean the vending machine he found at the scrapyard is too?
That was a funny one, though.
I'm serious. We're supposed to be scientists. Actual scientists. Yet Adrian's antics make the lab look like a sitcom about a divorced father trying to bond with a dog.
And where do we land in this sitcom? Bunch of kids with lab coats and debt. Emphasis on the debt.
Wait.
I think he's speaking to Theo, not Theo, sorry. Nikolai Moss.
See?
Look at the far left screen, way in the corner.
The high guy?
No shit.
Can't be. That's not Adrian's camera, right?
Who else would own a cheap Vision Mate? For that matter, who'd be dumb enough to spend money on something John Zion related?
Why would he... I mean, that's like one of his prized possessions.
Beats the shit out of me. Adrian's getting desperate. I can tell. I feel for him, though. Expanding the lab and spending money to make space for something this, unknown can wear on someone eventually. Especially without a result.
I'm sure Fozzie doesn't mind. He'll take Adrian's money all day, every day.
Again, more sus things about what work Adrian Carter is doing. That he has to get more funding to make a massive lab or extend the lab. Again, that key thing, what is the true goal of these experiments? What are they doing? How do they connect to the situations where we've had people freaking experimented on in horrific ways, like in the Hatchlings episode? The next character that we looked at in the list was Talon Vox. So Talon's role in Variant Labs is actually kind of interesting. It is the emotion diagnostics lead. Their role is basically to help with staff well-being and help anyone in the lab that may be having any mental health problems most likely, or helping with just talking therapies. I understand it because like working in a lab setting can be very stressful sometimes, especially when you're dealing with very important or very highly confidential or just really important tough roles in the lab, and so that can add a bit of problems to your mental health or like stress. So it makes sense that having that sort of talking hand or comforting hand around you can help to ease the tension a little bit. So that's basically Talon's role. Now on this page as well, you can actually find a link to somewhere, and when you press that link, it actually takes you to a page where you have to type in a password. I'm gonna be honest, I still don't know what the password is. So you know what? I'm going to put that task on you guys, okay? You guys, if you know the password to that link, do let me know in the comments below. Let me know what you find as well, because we looked at that during the stream and I couldn't find it. The next stream that we looked at on this website, we also couldn't find out the answer to the password, so I genuinely am stumped on what it could be. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough, but if you guys, again, do know what it is, let me know, or at least let me know your findings as to where that website leads you to. Another thing to note as well is at the bottom of the page we actually see a letter, the letter E in like this circle, and also by Talon's name you can also find a hovering letter next to his icon as well. You would think that maybe leads to that link. It doesn't. We'll talk about that later because we find out later on that that's a password for possibly something else, but just do note that there's going to be some pages with like just random letters highlighted or just observed there in the page. Note that for later on. Next to Vox, we then looked at Theo Morgan. Theo Morgan is the lab assistant at Variant. She's incidentally also the niece of another colleague at Variant, aka Nikolai Moss, which we'll talk about next. But Theo is someone who is genuinely, sort of like Talon, very eccentric and excitable. She has such a positive attitude to her work, and she tries to portray that to all of her colleagues around her. She just has that really happy-go-lucky nature. She's talkable. She's very likable. She's just a really chill person to be around. Interestingly enough, she is also the artistic director. She loves to draw. In fact, at the end of the page, you could even see some of her work, where she drew Butch Wilhelm. Now, here's one thing I actually did not find out in the stream when we were looking at her page, but only found out later on after I looked at her page another time. There is a link in this page, and it's on the second to last paragraph where the A, or the second A in alarms, is highlighted. When you press this link, it takes you to something known as the Recovered Attendance Records Following Alarm Breach, investigated by Axon B and Butch W. We'll go to those two. Those two are the security guards at Variant. The name of this page is called Clocked In, and it basically shows sort of a list of a lot of people's names. I wonder if those are the other employees working at Variant. But yeah, it's a whole ass list, and a lot of people are in there. Can I just say, there's also some really goofy names in this, like Seriously Fired, David Pinch, Gay Man Stucky. But another thing that you can find is that next to these names there's the year ZY51, but on some of these they're changed with a sort of red letter, and when you find all of those red letters, it makes a password. Shark. And also in this page, on the number 48th person on the list, it's sort of warped, and the name is Janine Caldwell. Again, there's a lot of mystery to Janine when it comes to this. We don't know if she's an employee at Variant, but she has a role in the actual Variant show. But she is listed there, and when you press her name, which is sort of warped, it takes you to a password page. Holy shit. Holy moly. I cannot believe I missed this. When you put this password in, it takes you to a page with a dolphin just in the water chilling. Then you press the dolphin picture, and then you get to a whole last page about Janine Caldwell. I cannot believe I missed this. So I'm gonna try to sort of explain everything on this page as best as I can. I cannot believe this is... I did not find this before, but I'll try. So Janine Caldwell is a lab associate, a variant. Now this page is written very differently, because the other ones, they sort of seem like they're written by someone else, but this one seems like it's written from her. Like, she's so real about this when she types the stuff she does. Like, I was not originally given a staff profile, which I suppose says enough on its own. Is it sort of cringe to say I want to type out a deep sigh? She also mentions she wants to leave a trace of myself here, so I really don't know what's going on with Janine here. Like, are people keeping her hidden? Okay, so I've just finished reading through this page, and here's what I got so far. So, Janine Caldwell is 24, and she was born in Tundra, far away from Zion. She was very much into, or is very much into, marine biology and aquatic life. She likes studying extinct marine species, and just everything to do with oceans. And so she wanted to leave Tundra to go to Zion to study for marine biology and whatnot. She also mentions a thing about how the oceans in this planet are sort of becoming more like memories, according to her, than actual wonders. And this is actually something you're going to see a lot more about, and it's the idea that, well, you'll see it more related to Zion, but here it sort of gives the idea and impression that sort of the natural world and the environment in which this universe takes place in could be slowly dying and being ruined. Basically sort of like global warming. She went to Variant Labs to sort of pitch her idea of bring her marine expertise to make a quote-unquote real marine division. However, that didn't work out for her. She describes her work as sort of filing a lot of miscellaneous junk for Adrian, almost like office work or secretary work for the lab. And she generally gives the vibe that she's pretty much not really seen. And we even see that because she's not even on the main page for the characters' profiles to look at for Variant Labs people. She's just sort of hidden behind pages of secrecy. And I guess, again, that adds to the nature of Janine in this universe. Interestingly enough, there is no mention of the fact that she works for the Ovarian show in this, for example, because again, she is mentioned in the Ovarian show as part of the production team. It's not mentioned there. She also doesn't seem like she's in danger. All she says is that she feels lost, and that she isn't really complaining much either. So that's still really weird, and like, yeah, I don't fully know still what's up with her. Again, I gotta be honest with you right now, I just found this as I'm speaking to you right now. But it's there. I'd again highly suggest that you guys go find this and see what other things you can find out from this page, or anything that you may theorize about Janine at the moment. Now, there are 3 separate links on this page that lead to other things. The first one is on the top of the page, this green dolphin beside her name. If you press it, it takes you to this page called Love Letter. I'm going to read this love letter in full and then explain what I get from this. Janine, I'm not good with letters. I'm better with locked doors and people dumb enough to lie to my face. But you've made me feel like I did when I first got the badge. Back when the job felt like my first investigation. Back when I wasn't just cracking skulls and scaring the locals. You talk about oceans like the world hasn't already ruined them. You noticed things most people step over. You act like caring is a bad habit, but you still do it anyway. I can't believe you've got me saying this stupid shit. Before we make history tonight, and break this cast something, wide the fuck open. I'm guessing that says castle. I need this written down somewhere. You made me feel young again, Janine. Not careless, just alive. And if I don't get the nerve to say it out loud, if we don't make it out tonight, alive, then let this paper say it for me. I love you. Signed, redacted. I guess we don't know. Oh, this is so weird. So, first of all to note, it's in green. So this could be someone from Zion. And they also mention if they make it out alive and breaking down this castle. I wonder if the castle is referring to Variant. I really don't fully know. Again, I just found this out. And apologies that I didn't find this when we were looking at this during my stream. But this actually may then hint to what may be the fate of Janine as we know it right now. Now there's another dolphin that you can find, which is the sort of pink dolphin. And if you go to this page, we see something called Maddox Wonders. This is in reference to a friend that Janine had called Kai. She mentioned that she would talk about marine biology with her, and that Kai also has that sort of same knowledge with marine and passion with marine biology as Janine does. And also, Maddox Wonders is probably in reference to what Janine mentions is Kai's sort of garage ocean marine program where she also teaches marine biology to people. So on this page we see this picture, two pictures, one of Janine and one of probably Kai here. We also have a picture of a fish. I don't know what specific type of fish this is, but on the bottom of this page it mentions property of Maddox Wonders to programming. Also on the Kai picture there is actually a note that you can read, which is sort of slanted vertically, so you're going to have to twist your head to read it. This note reads the following. Kai, I don't really know how to make goodbyes sound clean, so I'll just say it how I mean it. I'm guessing at the bottom line it says thanks for helping me believe that marine biology something, I don't think then dream, I had to keep shrinking something, you made me something. I wonder if this is sort of the goodbye message to Kai, since she of course then went over to Variant Labs and so left her home off Tundra. Now on this page we also then get a audio log called Janine and Kai. This is what you hear when you press it.
I'm telling you, this is a real shot. Don't make that face.
Janine.
No, listen. There's a job fair in a few days. All these labs, research groups, technical divisions, whatever. But Variant Labs is gonna be there.
That's exactly why I'm making this face. I heard about it and I knew exactly where your mind was going to go.
Oh, come on.
No, you come on. Variant Labs? That place gets talked about so much between my groups. It's bad.
People in Zion talk about everything like it's bad. That doesn't make it true.
It also doesn't make it safe.
I'm not trying to marry the building, Kai. I'm trying to get in the door. They're taking people with experience, not just degrees. That matters, especially for me.
And you still don't know what they actually want.
They want new ideas, new hires, new departments. That's what the ad on the TV said.
Ads lie.
Not all of them.
Most of them.
Look, I know I don't have the fancy degree hanging on my wall like you do, but I've worked around lab equipment. I know how those spaces function. I know how to learn fast, and I know I'm not stupid. That's enough to get me in front of somebody.
Janine, being around equipment and running a department, let alone one that doesn't even exist yet, are two very different things.
I didn't say I'd be running anything on day one.
You're talking like they're gonna hear marine biology and suddenly build you an ocean.
They might. Why not start somewhere?
Because there's nowhere for it to go here. Zion barely treats it like a serious field. And believe me, I've tried. That's why I have the show, to give people hope, to spread awareness on a scale that's obtainable.
That's exactly why somebody should take it seriously.
Who says I'm not taking it seriously? We are. We're doing the best we can out there. Now all of a sudden that somebody has to be Variant Labs?
It could be. If they're really taking people with ideas, then yes. Maybe it should be.
You're asking a disaster lab in the middle of a desert, mind you, to gamble on a topic that's opposite to their biome.
I'm asking you to come with me.
Janine.
You're the one who got me into this in the first place. You're the reason I even know half of what I know. So come with me. Talk to them with me. Help me make it sound real.
It is real.
Then help me prove it.
Not there.
Why not?
Because I don't trust that place. You've heard the stories. Cold-blooded murder covered up by mechanical failures and safety violations. That CEO, Carter, or whatever the fuck his name is, that guy needs to be put behind bars.
That's gossip.
That's enough for me.
Well, it's not enough for me.
Then don't make me your excuse.
I'm not making you an excuse, Kalani. I wanted you there because you actually understand what I'm trying to do. What you've been trying to do.
I'm not going.
Fine. Stay here, stay comfortable, and keep talking about how nobody in Zion takes this field seriously, while doing absolutely nothing to change it besides hosting a show in your garage.
Janine, that's not fair.
Maybe not, but I'm still applying.
By yourself?
Yes, by myself. I'll get boarded on somewhere low. I'll learn whatever they want me to learn. I'll work my way up, and one day I'll get in front of somebody high enough to make them listen.
Janine.
No, I'm serious. If this city won't treat marine biology like a real science, then I'll make somebody else treat it that way.
Even if it's Variant Labs?
Even if it's Variant Labs.
Oof, okay, so listening to that, what do we get from it? So, again, it's showing us the idea that Janine is much passionate about marine biology, and that because she's living in an environment where, like, she doesn't have the way to, or she can't find a job where she could use those skills, she wants to go to Variant Labs. She mentions she's seen an ad from Variant for hiring people, curious minds who want to know more, learn new stuff, discover new things. She wants to go there, but her friend here, Kai, is telling her to not do that. This also reiterates that idea with the fact that Variant Labs, from an outside perspective, is mixed. People want to go there to delve into discovering new ideas and new stuff. However, to others, they see it as a bad omen. There's a lot of bad stuff that people have or think about when it comes to Variant Labs, just like Zion does, just like Zion's sort of mindset and their perspective and opinion on how Variant Labs is doing things. And we see that again in Kai, saying that it's a bad place. Interestingly, she also notes the death of Patrick Adams and how she says that Adrian Carter should be locked up. It again hints to that idea. Did Adrian Carter murder Patrick with that instant with Patrick dying from the machine? We still don't fully know that, but maybe that's another reason why people don't like Variant Labs, is because they have sus eyes when they look at how Patrick got removed and then Adrian Carter took the reins and took the lead of Variant Labs. Kai really didn't want Janine to go. In fact, Janine wanted to take Kai with her, but she refused. And because of that, Janine decided to do her own thing and just apply anyway, and she went by herself. It makes sense now why we see that sort of goodbye message in that picture there. The third and final link that you can find on this page is one where there is a word called Laszlo's Lagoon, which is sort of highlighted or like warped in a way. When we press this, you get flashbanged and get to a page called Sin City, S-Y-N City. And at the bottom, we get this transcript. Variant Labs internal web structure, authorized personnel only. Username S, and then it's redacted. Access trace, unregistered. Message, we're still here. You can't hide the contents of MXVR forever. And for that traitor, Zeke, give him our love, as that's the last thing he'll feel after we're done with his body. Signed, S redacted. Important thing to note, MXVR. MXVR is going to be something that we look at later on in this video, but this makes total sense that it's in reference to Janine, and actually may refer back to that sort of love letter note that we got earlier that we looked at. So again, I don't know of what they did, but it seems like Janine and Zeke did something. Now, I don't know if it happened in Variant Labs or if they did something interfering with Zion. And again, I don't know who this S person could be. I'm trying again to think off the top of my head anyone that we know of called or beginning with the letter S at the moment. And honestly, right now, I cannot think of one at the moment. So this is kind of ominous, because it does hint at the fact that whatever this Zeke and Janine did led to some not so good consequences, and that may explain why Janine is nowhere to be found, I guess. But it again highlights that role that Janine has with possibly the Avarian show and Mason because of MXVR. Again, I'll highly recommend if you're interested to look into that in more detail, and definitely let me know what you guys think is going on with Janine. So to go back to looking at all the rest of the characters, we were looking at Theo Morgan earlier before we went into this whole Janine rabbit hole. We're now going to be looking at Nikolai Moss, and Nikolai Moss is actually Theo's uncle. Nikolai Moss is the lead botanist at Variant Labs, and just like with Gabriel Green, he is also heavily involved in the production of the Avarion pill. Plant biology is his thing. He loves studying plants. It mentions that he looked specifically as well at the strange and evolving plant life that was forming in North Zion. And because of his expertise when it comes to that, Adrian brought him along as the lead botanist to be involved in the lab. You also find out that Nikolai is a very laid-back, chill guy. Even chill to the point that he is a heavy marijuana user. So he's into that stuff. He's into the green stuff, guys. However, when it is called for, it does mention that Nikolai can be serious when he is needed to be. Right, so basically, smartass who is very laid back, seems like he's always drunk and is high with the green stuff. Great. Right, what is this link? Links. I like links. Do you guys like links? I like links. Right, what do we have here? The Monarch Menace. Wallace? Don't know what that says. Zion for Osiris. This is new. Whoa, what is this? Caterpillars? I feel like Nikolai just loves butterflies then.
You ever notice how the prettiest things are usually the first to leave? I've been thinking on that a while now. Monarch butterflies, mostly. Used to be folks said Zion had 'em in numbers so thick they drift past windows like orange ash in the wind. Not like clouds, but just enough of 'em to make a place feel alive. I remember a time back when I was young, flashes of orange against the windshield. My pop would snag them on his wipers. But
is this
memories
Nikolai
like
speaking?
that come in blips. Sometimes I need reminding that monarchs were even a thing in Zion. Anyways, like all things, they didn't last. Somewhere in Zion's earlier years, the monarchs started dying off. Or leaving. Depends on who you ask. The official line, what little of one there ever was, made it sound natural. Migration changes, climate shifts, regional instability, that sort of bullshit scientific language. Real shitty and snaky ways of saying, we don't intend to explain this to you. But people around Dakota noticed something different.
Dakota?
As they started showing up here. Not all at once, not enough to call it a plague or a miracle. Just more than there should have been. Enough that folks started saying the butterflies were running from something. Heading out this way for warmth, open country, for a place that hadn't been turned sterile by progress.
Or maybe this is someone else.
Bright-ass green lights and whatever else Zion poured into its bones to keep itself standing. And that's the mystery of it, isn't it? What exactly happened in Zion that made it so unfit for something that delicate to live? Because monarchs aren't much like you and I. They don't care about politics. They don't read signs. They don't understand borders. They just go where life lets them go. So if they stopped blooming there, stopped nesting there, stopped surviving there, then something in that city taught nature itself to stay away. That ought to bother more people than it does.
So just, again, monarch butterfly, is that a real thing? A monarch butterfly? Again, the butterfly imagery is a lot, and I wonder if this is the particular butterfly they're focusing on. Oh yeah, I gotta remember too, with butterflies, Variant Labs was experimenting with butterflies where they would get in butterflies and like rip off their wings. That's one thing too. I completely forgot about that. Monarch butterfly, or simply monarch, is a milkweed butterfly. It is among the most familiar of North American butterflies and an iconic pollinator. Okay, yeah, it's like the standard butterfly. Okay, yeah. And then he says like, oh, I think that's Nikolai. I did not remember his voice being like that. So he said in there that there used to be a lot of monarch butterflies in Zion. Then they disappeared for some reason. I wonder if it's got to do with that fact that Variant Labs is getting butterflies, ripping their wings off, and using it for some experiment of some sort. I wonder if it's related to that. And that's why the butterflies are leaving. The next character we look at, who is mentioned to have a pretty sort of intense sort of demeanor with Nikolai here, is Willow Funk. Willow Funk is the emotion diagnostics assistant, and she works and is very close to Talon Vox, because again, it's part of that same department. Again, helping with the well-being of the other people working at Variant Labs, providing that emotional and well-being support. Now, when we read this page, we learn that Willow Funk has had a really rough background to get to where she is now. She grew up in harsh conditions in Zion, living on the streets with her mother. She then lost her mother to the drug culture in the city, and due to that loss, Willow was going through a time in her life where she was pretty much alone, and because she was having to live in the streets as well, she found herself in very dark corners of the city of Zion. She would find herself in a lot of gangs, and sometimes moving from one gang to another. She's had to go through trafficking rings, she's had to go through violence. But what is important is that she was able to survive all of that. And that, I guess, really shows that point that she is mentally very strong. And with that, that's why she now works at Variant Lab, trying to help others with well-being and support. Now, there is a link on this page to an audio log where we have Willow and Talon talking to each other. And when you listen to it, again shows that point that Talon and Willow are very much close to each other, very close friends who understand each other. The next person we're going to be looking at here is Florence Ironwood. Florence is the front desk associate of Variant Labs. Florence is basically a granny, but she is also a very feisty granny. She's passive-aggressive in her work. If she finds anyone complaining to her while she's on the phone with them, she will just straight up say, "Okay bitch, bye," and will hang up. She's that type of person. She has that sort of mentality. She's not to be messed with. She also grew up in a life where she was also from the Zion Armada. She grew up in that field. She has prior military experience. All else I want to say about Florence here is that there's something that took my attention, and something that I remember too. In the incident episode, when we open the desktop page, and then you see all of these different links to other apps and stuff on the computer at Variant, there is something called Florence's Memories. I don't know if that's important for later, I don't know if that has any significance, but the fact that she has her own desktop app icon thing on the Variant page is something to, I guess, note about. Maybe she has some interesting lore that we will find out later on, I don't know, but it was just something that I remembered when we were looking at her page. Right, so that is most of the sort of lab people, lab assistants done. Now we're going to be looking at the 3 security officers which are mentioned in this page. We're going to look at Officer Cross first. If you guys remember, Officer Cross was involved in that one time where he had to investigate the alarm going off in the containment chamber, and then found himself, unbeknownst to him, in Mason's Havarian show. So Axton Cross is a very quiet, awkward man who also grew up through the Zion Armada and also has some pretty rough history from his past. Crazily enough, Axton survived a brutal stab in the neck, which left him with permanent damage to his voice. It was so bad that it really ruined Axton's speech. When Axton came onto Variant Labs, he was able to slowly reclaim his voice. And I guess working at Variant again helped him to open up more. He was described as being far more approachable. Next we have Baron Gartugus. Okay, listen, it mentions on this page for Baron that even other people have problem mentioning his name, so I'm not the only one, okay? Baron is someone that we get introduced to actually in the show as well in the Edge of Zion episode with the Jax Southwoods case. Baron is another security officer at Variant, and he is someone who also grew up in the Zion Armada along with Butch Wilhelm, which we'll get to next. Baron is described as a very strong man at the time when he was with Zion, someone who would not be put down so easily and would be able to overpower enemies with his sheer physicality. Now there is something very interesting about Baron's lore, which shows some complexity possibly for the future. Baron grew up in Zion, so he was part of the Zion sort of military and whatnot. And during that time, he found himself in a personal relationship with someone called Aero Z Storm, who is apparently the most intimidating and most dangerous person in Zion's military, I guess, as she is described. He had a very personal but also painful relationship, which came in the time when Baron decided to forego and leave Zion's borders and instead go to Variant, which is a problem because, as you may know, Zion and Variant Labs do not see eye to eye. They see themselves as sort of enemies. So in a way, it's like Baron sort of betrayed Aero to go to Variant instead. And even the page describes it as the fact that Baron was almost like sleeping with the enemy. It's even said that Baron himself thinks that because of this betrayal and having to break up with her and leave Zion, that she could very well one day track down Baron and just kill her. We also at the end of the page get a link to an audio log with Baron and Aero talking to each other. This would be a time when they were still in Zion, obviously. When you listen to that audio recording, you get to understand and see the sort of relationship that Aero and Baron had. We also get to learn a few things of how people in Zion were grown up as. They were taught that love is a bad thing, for example, showing your emotions is sort of a bad thing, and instead you have to be mentally strong to go up higher ranks. Again, it sort of highlights that idea that Zion as a city and how it runs as a system, I guess, is very strict and forceful without considering the effect that those teachings have on different people. A lot of the characters that we see, of course, have grown up from Zion, and through that we learn that, yeah, Zion is a rough place to live up. If you're not mentally prepared, or you are not in a good position in that city, you will get wiped out. You will be forgotten to time. You will be sort of thrown in the trash almost. And now the final person we're going to be looking at is going to be Sergeant Wilhelm, aka Butch Wilhelm. Butch, just like Baron, also grew up in the Zion Armada, and actually he grew up with Baron. Baron and Butch were very close friends. He is also the security lead at Variant Labs. He is a rough, rude, and very difficult person to deal with. He has had a history of having troubled positions or keeping to those positions. Again, growing up in the Zion Armada, growing up in the Zion military, put a toll on both of them, to the point that one day they even sort of ran away from their military posts. Later on, they then were assigned as just sort of officers for Zion's, I guess, police department or sort of surveying stuff. And then the Jax Southwood case began. Again, we have a whole episode on the YouTube in the show that goes over the case that happened with Jax Southwood, how he went to North Zion, something happened to him, he came back changed and did a full-on homicide attack, and then Butch and Baron were assigned to track down and take down Jax. That incident was like, I guess it's described as the breaking point for both of them, and from then on, they sort of just decided to just leave Zion entirely. They had enough with the system of Zion and how things were done around it. When Variant Labs was looking for security officers, Butch and Baron both applied for those places, and Butch got the lead role. And just like Baron in a way, Butch liked the environment that he got. He enjoyed the space that Variant gave him to do, I guess, what he wanted to do, and do as he pleased. He liked that sort of freedom, and he found it better than living a life that would be sort of forced on him, like Zion would do to him at a early point in his life. So again, he liked that sort of freedom. Again, it points to that idea. We get to see that Variant Labs, the way Variant Labs is run, to some people, they prefer it because they have the freedom to do what they wish. And just like the other pages, no surprise at all, there is a link in this one at the bottom of the page. Yeah, a link. Seismic, it says. Whoa, Nelly, it seems the page you requested cannot be found in the website's code. Let's get you back to the lab, pronto. Oh, no. What? It's a double picture! Oh, that's so smart. Seismic activity. There was something about seismic activity mentioned in Zion's area in one of the episodes. Even we had a conversation with the President Zion about this with a certain person. So mentions of earthquakes is a thing too. Seismic activity chart, ZY51. Zion relations. East Zion, North Zion, Southwest. So South Zion sees heavy levels of seismic activity, and South Zion is where it is said that Variant Labs is located, or is like near. South Zion is close to where Variant Labs is, in the desert. So again, this has to relate to some of the experiences that they're doing. It has to be. Right, let's look at this report then, shall we?
Field report. Audio log number 87. The year is ZY51. The time is 12:55 a.m. Zion Seismic Observation Division. Currently stationed at Variation Tech's old building, inside my observation trailer, just outside the desert range near South Zion. And for the record, I was appointed to this post directly by higher authority. Personal appointment, no team, no assistant, no second trailer, no field support. Just little me.
Oh, damn.
Funny how that worked out. Some time ago, I had a larger team, and our field of seismic reporting was larger than what I'm doing now. Then, I did what no scientist nor seismic expert would have ever done, and requested to speak with the president. Upon the surprising revelation that he accepted the meeting, he asked a few very specific questions about my background, my seismic knowledge, my report accuracy.
I wonder if that is in reference to the episode with yes, Gina Briggs. I think this is Gina Briggs.
The long-term isolated observation. And of course why I came to him in the first place. A seismic spike we found in the desert that had no real place of origin. By the following week, everybody else that I was teamed with was gone. No formal explanation, no transfer notice I was ever permitted to review, just the usual language, budget cuts, reduced staffing, resource efficiency. So unless the entire division willingly wandered off into the dunes, I'm left to assume they were dismissed to save the state a little money. And yet, here I am. I can't help but suspect something I said in that meeting made FaZe aware of my seismic research team even existed under his law, and in his eyes, I was the only one worth keeping, and putting on the case for desert work specifically? Lucky me, I guess. I'm making this report because at approximately 12:45 a.m., I was woken up by a seismic event large enough to shake the trailer frame and knock over a plate of John Zion's branded Zack and cheese I was saving for a midnight snack.
No!
This was not one of Zion's
the Zack and cheese?
tremors.
Not the Zack and
folks
cheese.
know, earthquakes are a part of our everyday lives, but this was different. Not one of the routine inter-district groans we've all gotten used to pretending are harmless. This was larger, stranger. Initial reading put the event well above standard range for our reoccurring seismic activity. Bigger than the North Ridge shift from last quarter, bigger than clustered tremors beneath central Zion, and far more focused than anything I have logged since being stationed out here. That last part matters. This wasn't broad movement across the region. It came from one concentrated point in the desert, so strong that it could very well be historical. But I could be getting ahead of myself. The same place that the president had issued a warning about. Variant Labs.
Yep. Again, makes sense. It's Variant Labs doing that stuff. The Variant Labs did an experiment and it caused a massive earthquake. Or in that region in particular. Yeah, we've had hints about that before, even in the series and in the videos. So that kind of just confirms it and gives a bit of backstory to that. Okay. We got that from Butcher's thing? Wow. See, this is what happens when you focus on finding small details. You get big stuff. Chat, I think you guys will like this next one. Curio Cosmo! We're gonna learn about the butterfly mascot, who apparently isn't just a mascot, he's also a training module. So he's actually a thing. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Well, that's immediately a link that we just found. Curio Cosmo is Variant Labs' lead mascot and one of the company's most recognizable public-facing personalities. Designed to be bright, kid-friendly, and instantly memorable, Curio serves as the face of Variant Labs across promotional and informational propaganda. Variant Labs' public image already leans heavily on personality-driven advertising and branded media, making a mascot like Curio a natural extension of that identity. And note again that it's a butterfly. And is that not ironic that they've been working on butterfly experiments? How does Curio feel about that? Does a Curio know that they've been doing experiments with butterfly wings in the past? Does he know about that? Curio's persona is a mixture of a monarch butterfly, very coincidental again since we know that monarch butterflies aren't a thing in Zion anymore, mixture of a monarch butterfly and a bluebird. Curio originally had the look of tiny bits of data, but with Adrian's expertise and connections, he was able to customize Curio's overall look. Curio came into play not soon after the death of Matthew Henderson. This is a name we'll get to, and I think there's a tab which relates to Variant Communications, which is what Elias, aka me, is involved in. I think you guys may hear me in this website at some point. Yeah, be ready for that. I'm not ready for that, I'm scared. So Curio came into power after Matthew died. And if you guys remember from the channel trailer, it was this moment here, right? Here. It was this scenario. It was this scenario that killed Matthew. And then he died by the tentacle monster. I'm calling it tentacle monster because that's all I can think of. And we've seen a lot more of this thing now, like in the rabbit hole episode of the show. What is this? Like, what is this? Is this another experiment that they've been working on? Curio's AI voice and digital model were manufactured by Silas Tech, a leading developer of advanced and friendly-centered AI units, as well as computer hardware. Named for creating highly interactive, digitally advanced personalities, Silas Tech has become one of the primary names behind the mascot technology used not only by private institutions, but by Zion itself to this day. So Zion itself also uses the technology that Curio is made up of, which is from Silas Tech. Mascot technology. Okay. Very specifically mascot technology. Due to the nature of past investigations surrounding alleged terrorist activity and unlawful technological distribution, Silas Tech has been placed under multiple international watch lists and sanctions across Zion territories and beyond, deeming it more dangerous than some folks found in Zion itself. Wait, what? Where did terrorist activity come from? Hello? That now makes me sus of Curio. Oh, hello. Are these two separate links? Don't worry, Curio, I'll click you. Silas Tech has been, under watch list? Even in Zion? Has Zion even sanctioned them too? Even though they still use their tech? In the aftermath, nearly all engineers abandoned the company entirely, leaving its facilities dormant and its communication networks fractured. Currently, Silas Tech is known to be completely abandoned. However, rumors have been dispersed that the market for AI models can still be accessed and purchased. Well, Variant Labs clearly got it because this is It was Ezekiel Snow, a closer contact from Adrian's past, and a skilled engineer who was able to establish a connection to Silas Tech. Oh, they didn't even purchase it, they sort of wiretapped it. And accessing a compartment to purchase Curio's AI port in the first place. The main creator behind these units is Silas Holo, whose work helped establish Silas Tech's reach and influence in the growing field of digital character technology. However, despite that legacy, Silas Holo's current whereabouts are unknown since the fall of the company. Yeah, buddy, you must have... What are these terrorist activities that you were involved in? What? And again, to do with what? Mascot technology? Again, everyone loves Curio. Look at the guy. Right, that was the click me options. Do they lead to the same place? Flutterboard.png. Langley JPEG. Oh. Whoa. Is this the same thing? No, that's something else. Okay. The Flutterboard. Employees who do well deserve to fly. What? Oh. Link. This is the only one with the link. Langley. Oh, Dr. Langley from the whistleblower episode. Wait. To my good friend, I hope this reaches you before one of your receptionists decides my handwriting looks too irritated to be worth chasing along. I'm writing to place a private acquisition request through your procurement channels. Specifically, the department you once mentioned handles fragile insect specimens and controlled live transfers. I need this handled with discretion and with the sort of professionalism I have come to expect from you. This is something they mentioned in the whistleblower episode. Langley mentioned about how he would be involved in procuring special vials of butterfly specimens for their experiments. What I require is simple in wording, if not in quantity. All items are listed below. To be clear, this is not a decorative request, nor some novelty order meant to amuse a board department head. The distinction between live and deceased stock is intentional and necessary for internal testing purposes associated with Project MXVR. Yes! We've been here, especially in the later episodes. The MXVR has significance. So MXVR, Project MXVR, is to do with these butterfly wings, and maybe relates also to the animal experiments that we've heard about with, like, we've seen dead people with animal limbs unnaturally attached to them in their bodies. I wonder if it relates to that as well. Again, what does MXVR mean, though? For internal and testing purposes associated with Project MXVR, that is all the explanation I'm prepared to provide in writing. Also, do not, in any means, allow any of your pharmaceutical technicians to see what we're ordering. This is to be kept hidden between you and I. Last I heard, some lanky newt by the name of Alexei Langley got hold of documents we had sent. Langley, the whistleblower. Do us a favor and keep those who don't know what's going on out of the loop. Send confirmation once the order is in motion. Furthermore, whatever theories are forming in that head of yours, keep them there. Sincerely, Dr. Henry Brine, Procurement Officer, Variant Labs. This guy's dead, apparently, too. This guy would be hiring or getting vials of butterfly stock and stuff. But in the whistleblower episode, they do mention that Dr. Brine is dead. How did he die, though? Because he seemed like he was, keeping in the lowdown. Or did the leaking of documents lead to Brine's death? X1 2K shipment preserved monarch butterfly specimens, separated wings. 3.1 2K case shipment, live monarch butterfly specimens. 300 shipment of reinforced glass transfer containers, and 300 shipments of climate-regulated transit crates. So, preserved monarch butterfly specimens with separated wings. Animal cruelty! This is where the susness of what Variant Labs is doing comes into play. Live monarch butterfly specimens. We get a confirmation of that order. Right. The butterfly image here is different. So let's look at this and see what it says. Or what it is. It says Josiah Zorn. I've never heard of that name before. What is this?
George, just listen to me. This is Silas Tech, the company I was referring to you about. They heard your audition, and they want your voice for Curio's AI port. That's real money for both you and I.
It's also real suspicious.
Oh, don't start with that. Listen to yourself, George. You're really prepared to throw away a genuine opportunity to set yourself up for the rest of your life? And if I'm being honest, mine as well?
No, Lewis, you don't start with me like this is normal. Silas Tech, Silas Holo, they're tied to people in this city that even the president has worries about. They're terrorists from within. And somehow that's meant to make me feel safe handing over my voice?
You're scared,
yeah.
I get it.
No,
Fair.
I'm being careful. There's a world of difference between the two terms. Being skeptical of potential buyers with ties to people on a watch list is not paranoia, it's common sense.
Josiah signed with them. Don't you remember?
Oh, how could I forget? I see his green pompous face strutting all across town. But tell me, where is Josiah today?
George, if you're nervous about the business side of things...
Because last I heard, he signed the contract, did a large portion of work, then started questioning what they actually wanted from him. Started getting nervous about their motives. And then suddenly he... What?
George.
Self-immolation. On a camping trip, no less?
Oh!
No. That doesn't make
Holy
sense.
shit.
Josiah
Exploded?
was rattled,
Combusted?
Eccentric, sure. But he was not suicidal. He was scared. There's the difference. Now they've turned him into some smiling piece of artificial idiocracy, puppeteering his captured essence in an AI hellscape, singing show tunes, while his body and his legacy are probably being eaten away by worms in God knows what patch of soil. Josiah Zorn. John Zion. What a pathetic joke.
Josiah Zorn? Is that John Zion's proper name? What? Okay, so that was like... Again, that was like mentioning stuff about the Silas Tech, which is the tech company they use to make Curio out of, right? That was with one of the people who wanted to... who would voice Curio. But somehow it seems like he still got on, because I think, yeah... They got the voice in the end for Curio, so that means they did get him on. But they mentioned about how the previous, last time they signed a contract with Silas, someone self-combusted themselves due to fear of something. Again, Silas Tech is weird. Again, I don't know what terrorist allegations they'd be accused of. But the fact that Variant Labs is hiring this thing can also, again, add more eyebrows to, like, the inner workings of, sort of, Variant Labs and such. Curio Cosmo, lab mascot, and training module. We have 2 more people left. These people don't have pictures. Ezekiel Snow, which was actually mentioned in the Curio Cosmo one, and then Phosphorus Calder. Oh, they don't actually have a oh, which means we've gone through everyone. Okay, at least on this page. Oh my god, there's so much. Okay, apparently there's a code here that I still don't know how to solve. We need. I'm too. My brain is already tired. I think I'll need to do some more exploring with that at some point. But there is these 2 things. What is this? Oh. Well, I guess this takes us to the next page. Variant Communications has their own damn page. So Variant Communications is something that has been sort of like hinted at in the story as well, in the Variant Labs community. There I am, learning about myself, I guess. But we could also learn about all the communicators. We can learn more about our brother and me and Matthew Henderson, who, of course, is dead. My character is cute. I wish I had hair, but it's fine. Anyway, I love the design though for myself. I like how emo I freaking look like. We'll learn more about him when we get there. But let's look at learning about what Variant Communications is. Variant Communications is something we literally see at the second episode, with Vinka a Variant literally at the start. Like, look at that, right there. Variant Communications is a privately owned media training and internal broadcasting extension office built to support the growing needs of Variant Labs and its wider network of employees. Most folks get Variant Communications and Variant Labs confused, seeing as they're both intertwined with one another. Communications handles things that the lab itself doesn't have time for, deeming the HR department as distant connection to help maintain Variant Labs as it grows. So, okay, privately owned media training internal broad. It's kind of like how they hired Silas Tech for their training module. Variant Communications is their own thing. Privately owned, probably by Variant Labs. Internal Broadcasting Extension Office. So it's like its telecom service. It's the telecom service for Variant Labs for its like communication purposes. Yeah, most people get Variant. I think I've done that already now, where I've gotten Communications and Variant Labs confused. It happens. Alright, what is this? Variant Comms S2.jpg. Something assumed they something Zion. I was wrong. They something. Acknowledge it at all when something. Hollow Silas probably. What would happen if Zion something? Something else will sit where it stood. They did not bring me here because I believed in them. They brought me here because they need my... Oode? OODE? What does that mean? Ezekiel Snow. SYN Engineer. So where is this located? Yeah, located in North Tundra, far beyond Zion's immediate reach. Variant Communications operates from a quiet, remote facility where controlled messaging can develop without the noise and control of Zion. While distant from the city's central systems, the extension remains an important part of the larger Variant structure, helping shape how information and safety procedures are produced and distributed. So it's actually located somewhere completely far away from where Variant Labs is. North Tundra. We're getting a bit of world building as well, which I like with this series. We have places like Zion, we have North Tundra, you know, Artemis is from Tundra. You know, we have Dakota as well. I wonder if this is all in America or if they're even in like different countries. Through employee training module coding, instructional broadcasts, recruitment materials, safety videos, and product messaging, Variant Communications helps bridge the gap between Variant Labs' research efforts and the people expected to interact with them. Sort of like a communicator, an intermediator, if you may. Richard Amonateri, Engineer. The X doesn't seem nice. Do you mean he's retired or like fucking died? I mean, okay, ZY15. This has been going on for such a long time. This corporation. Wow, okay. The twins. Oh, here we go. Here we go, guys. Variant Communications was originally overseen by Matthew Henderson, a trusted Variant Labs representative. Matthew helped define its earliest identity through internal training materials and procedural briefings. Though begrudgingly, Matthew voicing the older model was only by choice through Adrian Carter's suggestion, as there was no other choice at the time. However, Matthew's time with Variant Communications came to an abrupt end following a mandatory assignment conducted under Variant Labs' authority to this scenario. Yup. Okay. The details of the mission remain classified, and the company has never released a full public explanation. What is known is that Matthew did not return to his post, leaving behind unfinished training materials and a division suddenly without its original guiding figure. Oh shit, we can zoom in through here. Tundra, cold weather, wielded, any other adapted special something? Zion does not shape this stability. Its conditions are too industrial, polluted, and hostile for most natural wildlife to survive. If wildlife is spotted in Zion, document it. Oh, it's giving me the vibe that Zion, as well as a city, is... We've learned a lot about how Zion as a city runs through looking at people's character lore. It's definitely not an easy city to live in. If you're especially lower class and poor, you may get wiped out. They seem very strict on their propaganda. They don't like science. And now we're learning that even it's a polluted place where wildlife isn't present. Maybe that's why, you know, stuff like the monarch butterflies are no longer present in Zion when we looked at Nikolai's, like, sort of audio recording. In the years since, leadership of Variant Communications has passed to the Vanguard twins, 2 younger men who have worked under Matthew's wing for an extended period of time. Zenith Vanguard, aged 24, and Elias, aged 20, both who have a mixed sense of what Matthew passed down to them. Without Matthew Henderson's assistance, the Vanguard twins have struggled to catch up with everything Variant Communications was meant to be. Zenith and Elias both carry the information needed to make it a successful extension of Variant Labs, but keeping that structure alive has been not simple. To hold the branch together, they have relied on Matthew's distant colleagues, along with those working directly beneath them, to help rebuild order and direction. Matthew Henderson built the groundwork, but Zenith and Elias are still learning how to keep it standing. With them in charge, Variant Communications continues operating in Tundra, gradually finding its footing again while preserving its ties to Variant Labs. So, with Matthew gone, the Vanguard brothers basically are now in charge. So 2 twin brothers are now in charge of communications with Variant Labs and other third parties. I could understand how hard it's going to be to sort of fill in that sort of big head role, especially if you maybe don't have that experience. But it's good to hear that they have, like, other people to help them out. So they're slowly getting their footing again. Right, Matthew's legacy. Matthew Henderson joined Variant Labs after the Patrick Adams era, arriving at a point when the company had already changed hands and begun shaping itself into something far more incredible than the old Variation Tech system could have imagined. Matthew became something more personal to the people around him, the lab's faraway uncle. He worked from a distance, but his influence reached the employees who needed guidance most. I'm guessing Matthew would have been situated in, like, Variant Labs, but then, of course, let's say the Vanguard brothers would be obviously in the Tundra looking after the stuff at Variant Communication. Makes sense. His relationship with Adrian was not always easy, and both men faced serious complications throughout their careers. Even then, they never fully turned their backs on one another. For the record, to the Vanguard twins, Matthew was more than a senior staff member. He became something close to a father figure, guiding them with a dry, gentle encouragement. Before Variant Communications had fully found its identity, Matthew helped Zenith and Elias build the backbone they badly needed. So before they were even made, Matthew helped. So even before they were in Variant Communications, they knew each other. A caring friend, you know. Interesting. And Elias built the backbone they badly needed. He taught them how to handle people and carry authority despite everything they had survived. His death during a mandatory Variant Labs assignment left an absence inside the communications branch and everyone's hearts. The Vanguard twins now lead Variant Communications from Tundra. With that history behind them, their frequent trips to Variant Labs remain business-focused, but they have also become a way for Zenith and Elias to stay connected to the people at the heart of the company. In many ways, they are continuing the route Matthew started, moving between the lab and its outer branches while helping Variant Communications feel less distant from the community it was built to support. So again, they're still working together despite this mishap that has happened. But yeah, essentially, Variant Communications is that sort of mediator between Variant Labs and other sources. Right, what does the death say? Or take us to? Whoa. Chat, do you see that on the top corner? The tab for this says Elias's journal. The Shroud. My character drew this. What? Now, why does that kind of fit my style? Hello? He looks like a creepier version of me. No? I love how creepy this looks. The Shroud. We're gonna get more context about this, okay? I think I know what this is related to. Right. We're going to look now at the About Us, which is aka the people, sorry. Yeah, the people behind this. Meet the communicators. So I guess we have Matthew Henderson again. I feel like some of this was probably explained earlier, but we can go over it again. So, Matthew Henderson, Human Resources. Matthew Henderson, 47, was one of Variant Labs' most recognizable human resource representatives, remembered for his work in employee communication across the company's wider network, aka Variant Communications. Originally from Eastland, a distant region of tundra with a mixed population and little trace of traditional Zion accent, Matthew grew up around travelers, foreign workers, people who had come from far beyond the usual borders. Eastland also became one of the most important places in Matthew's personal life. It was there that he gained custody of Zenith and Elias Vanguard. So yeah, he was like an actual freaking family member to them at that point, as if adopting us, or adopting the twins. Before Variant Labs, Matthew built a reputation as a dependable administrative and communications specialist. His work often took him across different regions and climates, and from the colder stretches of tundra to harsher industrial environments. Though he kept himself fairly healthy, constant travel wore him down over time, leaving him with a recurring sickness and the strain of having always being between places. His passing at the age of 47 hit Variant Labs hard, especially those who had worked beside him in human resources and communications. For Zenith and Elias, the loss cut deeper. Matthew had been more than a colleague or mentor. He had been family. Matthew Henderson is remembered as a dedicated representative, a trusted guardian, and one of the earliest voices that helped shape Variant Labs from the inside. His contributions remained buried in the company's foundation, still present in old training files and the lives of the people he helped guide while he was there. So again, very caring individual. And unfortunately, who died in an accident. Right, now we have the brothers. Okay, let's start off with Zenith Vanguard, and then we're going to end off with Elias. Zenith. Any links? Right. Zenith Vanguard, currently in his mid-20s, serves as one of Variant Labs' human resources representatives and internal operations coordinators. For most employees, they tend to learn quickly that arguing with him rarely ends their favor. He originally came from the southern dry heat of Dakota. Oh, okay. close to a border region where Zion's influence had already started pressing into the land. His father worked under contract for Zion as a firefighter, which placed the family close to the edge of two different worlds. Dakota was home, but Zion was always near enough to shape what life looked like. Zenith learned early that systems could decide whether a person survived or got swallowed. Paperwork mattered, leverage mattered, so did tone, timing, and knowing when to stop speaking. While other children were still learning how to get through the day, Zenith was already watching how adults handled power and fear. Yeah, so like he was already like the uptight type of guy, like he was mentally strong. When they later ended up in Eastland under Matthew Henderson's care, that feeling of being out of step did not disappear overnight. It simply changed shape. So yeah, at some point, they had to go to Matthew Henderson, and I think it's got to do with something related to their dad. We'll learn more about that. Even as a child, Zenith was the more calculated of the twins. Elias clung closer to comfort, while Zenith studied whatever might help them stay afloat. His relationship with Elias remains one of the most important parts of his life. Though the twins differ greatly in temperament, they are tied together by a shared history of sadness and survival. Guys, we've been hearing a lot of heartbreaking stories with some of these people. I love this because it gives you character lore, but it lets you get into, allows you to be connected with, you know, the characters. That's me. Elias Vanguard, Human Resources. Elias Vanguard is the younger sibling of Zenith Vanguard, and the quieter half of the two. Elias is softer than Zenith in almost every way. Quicker to startle, slower to pick a fight, and never one to argue with everyone he meets the way his brother does. That dynamic carries over into Variant Communications. Zenith runs point on the business side, HR, company structure, the decisions that shape how things work. Elias stays further from the spotlight, doing whatever needs doing without complaint. Hauling supplies, organizing materials, setting things up, taking on whatever tasks land in his hands. Elias does not have the same confidence or business instinct. He is nervous in unfamiliar situations and tends to second-guess himself, especially around louder personalities. Still, when given something clear to do, he does it. One of Elias's closest connections is Theo Morgan, who we have already read about. The two became friends from distance and kept in touch as pen pals for a while, writing back and forth before ever meeting face to face. That changed after Matthew Henderson's incident, which eventually brought Elias and Theo together in person. Elias is not one of Variant Labs' big decision makers, and he is not trying to be. He is someone who stays close to what he feels familiar. Roses. Apparently I have a tattoo on the neck. Look at the frickin' t-shirt I'm wearing. I'm an emo. I'm emo. Now, very interesting, because when we press this link, we get sent to my journal. And again, apparently, I drew this. Like, my character drew this. Wait, I didn't see this before. Wait. Guys! I think you guys are gonna hear me now. No, we gotta mute this. We gotta mute. Guys! I think notice it's called Theo and Elias, so this is between Theo and Elias. Okay? We left him. We left him. We left.
Elias? You in here?
Don't come in.
It's just me. Can I sit with you?
We ran. We ran as fast as we could. But that's all we did. Butch yelled. Barrett pulled them. My brother, he pushed us to safety. And I didn't even look back.
You didn't have to, dude. This was a huge surprise for all of us. It wasn't supposed to go down like that.
No. Someone was supposed to stay. Help him. Or try to... Anyway, Matthew, he died alone, thinking we abandoned him.
Hey, I know you always ask about the drawings I do, seeing as you only see them over our emails. I was drawing earlier, well, way earlier before this mess. Check it out, this one's Gabriel. I made him look more eccentric. And this is Trinity. I think she's pretty.
You drew her as a... What is that?
A tiger.
Funny name for an imaginary creature.
Oh, tigers exist. There's just not many left in the world. Well, besides the one in Zion's circus show on ZTV.
Guess I don't watch enough ZTV. My dad always hated television.
Sounds like Axton. He probably just didn't like what was on them. See? I drew Axton as an octopus.
Do you always draw people you know as animals? Or objects?
Most times, everyone here I use as my muse. Or my amusement. Matthew. He's smiling, clipboard in hand. Ooh, sorry. That's my bad.
No. Wait. It was good. Silly, even. Though, I know he would have been mad if he saw himself as a worm. But it looked like him. You got his bald head, right?
Do you still draw?
Yes. But not like that. Just when I can't sleep.
Can I see? I mean, only if you want to show me. You've told me about your drawings before, but not in person. Whoa! These are incredible, Elias.
Oh. Thanks.
Are all these from dreams you've had?
Some more than others.
Wait, is that supposed to be me?
What? No. No. Of course not.
It's okay, dude. I love it.
You do?
Yeah, dude. These are all so... amazing. Elias? What's this one?
That one's... nothing.
You don't draw nothing. It's not like your other ones. This one's a lot more detailed. With all these triangles in dark green lines. Are those tornadoes?
Never mind that. It's just something I saw.
Where?
When I sleep. Like I said.
You too?
What?
We all have nightmares, you know. I've had some really bad ones.
This isn't like that. He's always there.
Who is he?
A visitor. That's all I know him as. At least, that's what I call him.
Does he talk?
No,
Move?
no. He just watches from the darkness. A deep, hollowed, endless darkness.
Like the thing in the chamber.
No, not like that.
Different from the thing in the chamber? How do you know?
Because it feels different. Like it's always been here since before.
Before what?
Before. I'm sorry. Can we talk about something else? This is starting to freak me out more.
Oh, yeah, of course. Do you want to come with me and go see some cool plants? My uncle has a whole chamber here to himself, and I have a key.
Yeah. I'd like that. A lot.
Come on then, follow me.
That's it. Okay. Well, there's my voice, guys. There's more of my voice. Hope you guys liked that. There was that weird moment where, like, you hear a weird... Did you guys hear that weird voice thing? Oh no. Elias? My guy? So it's like something shrouded in darkness. There's tornadoes in the background, apparently. I have no idea what this could be. This is the first time I've heard something about a shroud before. So, this creature, I think I know what this possibly could be. Okay, now, if you watch the series, there have been hints of a certain creature in the series. And we see it a lot more again in the Hatchlings episode, where we have the story of the Moore twins, the Moore sisters, Ethel and Aurelia, who got abducted and were somehow experimented on, or something happened with them, and then they were found dead like a week later, I think. And in this episode, we get to learn a little bit of what may have happened. It's a very it's a creepy one, because like you really don't know what's happening, but it's bad. It's bad. And then you hear this. Listen very closely.
Ethel, what is happening? Ethel, what's happening? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I really don't.
So if you listen very closely, there's this like weird sound of something in that room. Now, it's a very weird sound. It's like, to me, it reminds me of a bird, or I even was gonna say dinosaur. Sounds bug-like. Bug-like. Interesting you say bug-like, because there's a lot of references to bugs in this series. Variant Labs' Variant Labs' mascot is a freaking butterfly, aka Curio Cosmo right there. Yeah, and it to me it sounds like it's a creature, and that it is some sort of animal. Now, you could say, since this episode is called Hatchlings, and we get references to birds, you could say it's maybe some sort of bird creature. Okay? But here's another thing I want to point out. In the background, do you see this thing? Now, I don't know, but to me, this looks like eyes. Now, here, listen to me here. In this sequence, there is like this shadow of what to me could look like eyes. Now, we have had references of this creature before. We hear this sound in this episode. However, did you know we hear it again in the Edge of Zion episode when Jax goes through this tunnel in North Zion? Hatchlings means maybe they're in a nest. Also, those look sort of like the wings that beetles have. You mean this? And the sound is flapping. Wait! Flapping. I never realized that. That could be like flapping sounds. Look up Helicopter, the world's largest beetle on YouTube. That sound is sort of similar. Oh my god. Oh, that's nuts. That does sound similar. Holy. Wait, W find. Listen to this. And then you listen to this. It does sound similar, sort of. But see, here's how does this connect to what I was going to say? Because I was thinking, what if this thing, okay, could somehow be this? I don't know, it could be anything. I think this is so important though, because I think it could be this. I think it could be the shroud. I think this could be the creature that is behind the scenes because in the city of Zion, people are disappearing, chat. Okay, people are disappearing and they don't come back. And we now have a glance at what could be happening with these disappearances, with what happened with the Moore sisters. I wonder if this creature could be involved, and if so, who? Okay, now, in the Analog Horror series, and I explained this in my theory video, that there are mentions of resurrection, okay? Go to this episode. This is the episode, chat, as well, where we see this page, if anyone remembers this from the show. Lazarus come forth. This sort of entity, possibly, that or something that is behind the scenes in all of this. And in my theory video, I hypothesize that Lazarus could be this creature that's in maybe North Zion, which is quarantined to everyone else in the city, and maybe involved in these disappearances and what happens to these people when they go. And this is actually a reference to another thing, which is like a Bible quote that is like hinted in the series sometimes, called John 11 something, I think. Again, you can find all this in the videos, but and it takes you to a quote which talks about someone called Lazarus being resurrected from the dead. So what if this is somehow a situation where this is a creature this used to be someone who got resurrected and for some reason is now turned evil and is abducting these people for its own purposes, which we still don't know about. And again, you may be questioning yourself, how on earth does this all relate to the lab? And holy shit, we haven't even talked about the Averion pill, which is what I think we're going to be looking at next. Although there is also this page, which gives us more about Variant Labs, which I guess we could look into this one too. So again, we looked at all of the employees of Variant Labs, and we looked at the lab itself, but here's its proper, like, who are we page. So this is also good for anyone who, you know, missed out on some important lore to understand the universe. Also, links. A stack of books, huh? Zion Relations, outdated book search. Answer. What? We have a frickin' word search? Someone should screenshot this and then do a word search. What answers do we have here? Beowulf, Dracula, Frankenstein, Iliad, Les Miserables. I don't know how to pronounce this. It's that one musical, isn't it? Question mark S, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, S. Robinson Crusoe. Don Quixote. Jane Eyre. Gulliver Voyage. Inferno. Moby Dick. Paradiselost. Wuthering Heights. Dorian Gray. Faust. Hamlet, Odyssey, Pride and Prejudice. It's all classical books. Yeah, I was thinking that. I've heard of Wuthering Heights. What if you do all of these, you may actually get like a sort of picture of something. We have an audio log here. So let's listen to what this says. It's 2 minutes long.
You can tell a lot about a place by what disappears first. Birds, insects, books. That last one gets left out of polite talk, but it shouldn't. Outside of what Zion prints, approves, stamps, trims down, and feeds back into its people in safe little non-fiction doses, books have been dying too. Burned for heat, torn apart, used to keep drifters warm through the colder months, which, I'll admit, sounds poetic in a sad sort of way. Until you realize it means whole worlds got fed into barrel fires because nobody was allowed to keep them. Far as I ever heard, the last man who really cared to keep books as books was an old keeper named Osiris. Worked for Seraphin Carlo for a while, nastiest woman I ever did meet. She'd purchased a stake in the observatory years back, so she owned a portion of the property, which means she technically owned us, and had every right to come and go as she pleased. Her daughter, though, always seemed to have an interest in the stars. Shame what happened to that family. The unimaginable horror. The betrayal. The blasted Wallace getting off track like usual. Osiris Graves, strange fellow, if the stories were true. Took an interest in old pages, old bindings, old ideas. A man who still thought there was value in reading something that hadn't already been approved for you. Never met him myself. But you hear things. Some say he went touched in the head after a while. Got too buried in all those stories, all those dead voices stacked up around him. Especially being isolated with pages that on the outside were being used to keep fires warm. Others say that's just what people call a man when he keeps too much truth in one mind. Last I heard, soon after Carlo's tragic accident, he got up and walked directly into North Zion and never came back out.
North Zion?
Which is either madness or maybe, just maybe, a man as smart as that knew something none of us didn't.
Okay, very, very interesting there, if you listened in to that. So, we've heard this voice before. We actually heard it when we looked at Nikolai's page, character page. And in that time, bro was talking about how, all the butterflies in Zion are disappearing. And now we learn that in Zion, even literature, books, stories are also disappearing. Like, he mentioned, like, they would throw books into fire to get rid of them. So even in Zion, they're taking away, like, literature. Again, we learned from this website a lot that Zion as a city sounds like a really bad, rough place to live in. There's a lot of strict laws, a lot of hard stuff happening over there. And then we learn again that, yeah, now they're taking away books. So literature, almost like they're taking away creativity almost, for some reason. And then they mentioned about someone called Osiris and a family and an incident with them, how they disappeared through a tragedy. And that one person from there, you know, went to North Zion, which is exactly what happened to Jax. He went to North Zion and then disappeared, and, you know, shit happened. And that's why North Zion in the universe is kind of like a dangerous place to go to, because there's something there that is not good. And that's also why it's quarantined. And as he said there, he never came back. So again, we learn a lot of context in this website to how Zion is like as a city and how it's run. Very interesting. Are you serious? Oh, wait. What if... Wait. No. What if... I know. I bet I know what's happening here. Chat, what if someone does the word search and it reveals a code and a password, and we have to put that password in there? So now we learn that in Zion, butterflies are disappearing, and Variant Labs, by the way, has had a history of working with butterflies. Sus. Even though they get it apparently from outside the country, but still. And now we learn that books, literature, creativity is being taken away. But yeah, let's continue reading. Who are we? Variant Labs is a privately owned research and development company led by Adrian James Carter II, focused on innovative scientific solutions, specialized product development, and independent experimentation beyond the limits of traditional institutions. So again, this is going to be a good context for anyone who doesn't know what Variant Labs is and what they do. This sort of reiterates that, or if the people needed a reminder, this is what Variant Labs does. So it's like innovative science. They can try to go over the mark and try to expand their knowledge when it comes to the unknown, in particular. Operating for a privately held desert property outside Zion's direct land ownership, Variant Labs maintains the freedom to pursue its work under its own structure and long-term vision. So again, this Variant Labs is situated outside of the city of Zion. It is located in South Zion, though. While the company is not owned by Zion anymore, its relationship with the city remains significant. Even though I still feel like there is some sort of like bad blood between the two. Through the continued development and supply of products such as Avarion, we're going to talk about this because this was a very big reveal on the very recent episode of The Avarion Show and Log Horror. Because, again, we have Mason's talk show called The Avarion Show. But then we learn that Adrian James Carter II released a pill called Avarion. And we're going to get to that when we get to this section here. But maybe explained a little bit here too. But yeah, so through the continued development and supply of products such as Varion and other proprietary materials that serve Zion's borders needs, Varion exists within a legal binding that allows it to remain an independent private company while still contributing to the systems and markets surrounding Zion. This balance allows Variant Labs to preserve operational autonomy without severing its economic relevance, built on the belief that progress requires flexibility and bold thinking. Variant Labs positions itself as a forward-looking institution where development and innovation can thrive without unnecessary restriction, as opposed to Zion's almost criminal rule. Again, I feel like this is like a middle finger to how Zion is like as a city. Criminal rule? So yeah, it's like a privately owned sort of thing. It can exist as a privately owned, company. And it actually does send things into Zion. So it does have that sort of trade balance. There also, on this page, there's like this 25. This 25 is significant because it relates to Mason. the guy who runs the talk show. And again, this is like deep lore when it comes to what the show is about, and Mason himself. Are you hiring? Sometimes. Variant Labs periodically opens positions across multiple departments as our work continues to grow and evolve. We are always interested in hearing from driven, adaptable individuals of ages 18 and up, who want to be part of a research environment focused on discovery and forward movement. So Variant Labs' goal is very much, you know, trying to uncover the unknown, trying to delve into finding discoveries and be the first to discover new, interesting information and scientific knowledge. While certain specialized roles may require prior experience or formal qualifications, some starting positions do not require a degree. We believe talent, curiosity, and the willingness to learn can be just as valuable as traditional credentials, especially for those looking to build a future within our organization. Variant Labs is always looking for new scientists, researchers, assistants, support staff, willing to go the extra mile and help us explore new territories of science and exploration, opening the door to new fields of study and expanding what is possible through independent research. Adrian, our CEO, has opened Variant's doors many times before through job fairs and promotional advertisements, seeking those willing to step inside and bring new ideas to the table. It gives the vibe that, you know, Variant is a sort of normal running, you know, laboratory tech or laboratory corporation. You know, you don't feel like you get such vibes from it, but in actuality, there is something dark happening behind this that we still don't fully know about. Variant Labs was built by outcasts and people who were never given the chance to have a voice. Here, we believe science grows stronger when it listens to those the world once ignored. To view current openings and apply for any available positions, please follow the giant blue link button listed on this page. If no positions are currently available, we encourage you to check back in the future for new opportunities. Where will this take me? I wonder if this takes me to the job application. Oh shit, it actually does. Now, in the Avarian show when we were looking through this... Oh my. Is that not... Guys? Is that not... Also, can I say, that looks very much like me. What on earth? Chad, does that not look like the shroud creature that we saw at the start today? What? Okay, we'll go into that. So this is their job application, and this is a new tab in the Variant Labs website. First name, last name, email. What part of laboratory interests you? There's some questions there. Are you connected to or have relations with the X7X broadcasting station? Oh. I'm Carlo Cooper's #1 fan. There was one episode in the Avarian show where 7x7 is a radio show, if you guys watch the videos, where there was a whistleblower. I don't think, if you've been to her show, I don't think Variant Labs will want you. Were you a part of the Zion Initiative? Yes, we're sorry. No, you're lucky. The Zion Initiative is actually where a lot of people in the series also come from. The Zion Initiative is like, I think, a propaganda campaign, or like a sort of like militarized or like governmental way of being brought up in the city of Zion. Describe yourself and why you think you'd be a good team member for Variant Labs. I wonder if anyone actually sends this. Do people... Does something actually happen? I dare anyone to actually do this application form and then see what happens. Oh, chat, there's so many links. Oh my god. Do I press this now? Okay, we'll do this at the end. Right, Variation Tech. Oh wow, there's a whole page for Patrick Adams too. Oh, we need to look into that. So, before it became Variant Labs, the company was originally known as Variation Tech. An early operation focused primarily on the robotics and technical development inside and governed by the Zion border. So, Variation Tech, the name suggests, they did more tech science compared to what Variant Labs does now. and held by the leadership of Patrick Adams. Variation Tech built a reputation as a structured and dependable company, mainly for relying on old-fashioned methods of scientific practice. While most corporations rushed towards artificial intelligence and automated systems, Variation Tech dug its heels into the dirt and treated modern technology like it was a personal insult. Oh, so they used old-fashioned methods of scientific practice. And they didn't like modern technology. Ooh, interesting. Okay, that's an interesting way to look into things. So it's a tech company that doesn't like modern technology. You know, with tech companies, you would always imagine tech companies wanting to innovate technology and go beyond the borders and go as far as it can possibly go when it comes to modernizing or making futuristic tech. But Variation Tech wasn't into that. Some employees used to show that the company operated like a council of prehistoric cave scholars, banging rocks together every time someone mentioned the future. But Patrick Adams proudly viewed it as doing it the way our forefathers taught us. Patrick was widely seen as a familiar presence within the organization, and for a time, Variation Tech operated as a respected extension of scientific and industrial work connected to Zion. So when Variation Tech was around, Zion and Variation Tech were more closely linked compared to how Variant Labs is now with Zion. And I wonder if that link broke because Variant Labs went more into science. And there's hints that have shown on this website that Zion isn't into science. It seems like Zion as a city isn't into a lot of things. As the company evolved, new ideas began to push against its older foundation. One of the most influential voices in that shift was Adrian James Carter II, who now is the head of Variant Labs. So at that time, he was a young scientist whose distinctive way of thinking and interest in experimental research gradually set him apart. Over time, it became clear that Variation Tech was at a crossroads between maintaining its original direction and stepping into something more ambitious than it was willing to be. So yeah, this is how Variation Tech looks like. We see this drawing in one of the episodes. Modern robotics focused facility. So yeah, tech, robots, stuff like that. This is Patrick Adams. He was the CEO of Variation Tech. And then bro died. And Adrian Carter's previous employer. Very sus that he dies and then boom, Adrian James Carter II becomes. Or is that sus? I don't know. Following a deadly internal accident and a major change in leadership, Adrian James Carter II was placed in charge of the company. With that transition came a new vision. Rather than continuing as a robotics-focused institution, bound to its earlier model, the company restructured and was renamed to Variant Labs. The new name reflected a larger mission to move beyond conventional systems and pursue bold, independent research across emerging and unknown areas of science. Huge change from freaking working on old tech and like robots to now going beyond the mile and looking into the unknown. Huge change. The transition from Variation Tech to Variant Labs marked more than a simple rebrand. It was the beginning of a new era for the organization, one defined by innovation and willingness to enter fields of study that more traditional institutions would not. While the company's foundation began with Variation Tech, its path forward was destined by the ambition that gave rise to Variant Labs. Why is this now orange? This was blue before. And speaking of orange, chat, oh boy, I think we're going to get to some really interesting stuff now because Project Emisphere. Also, before we go into that, I want to read about Patrick Adams, since he has his own page now. Patrick Adams, CEO, lead director. So this is the old head of Variation Tech. Patrick Adams, original founder. Let's see. Let me see if I can read through this. Patrick was remembered as an older generation professor and robotics major. While few viewed him as stubborn and outdated in his later years, there was no denying the influence he carried within both the laboratory world and Zion's higher scientific circles. Patrick originally began his career upon Phoebe Knox. Now, this is a name I talk about a lot, or mention a bit in my Analog Horror reaction video, and this name is mentioned before as well, Phoebe Knox. Phoebe Knox is, in my opinion, someone who may have had a big role in Zion's governmental history in the past, but now apparently is known for doing bad stuff. Because if you listen to one of the episodes, it's in the Edge of Zion episode, when Jax goes into the North Zion complex, we hear Madam Complex talking about Phoebe Knox.
Those who chose to believe in Phoebe and Roger Knox.
There's the name, Phoebe and Roger Knox. Were misguided. So, Patrick Adams was appointed as lead of Variation Tech by Phoebe Knox, and then we hear in one of the episodes that maybe that was a bad idea, or that Phoebe Knox was not to be trusted. I don't know if Phoebe Knox was like maybe the last or previous president of Zion. We still don't know about her and how she fits in all of this, but she is somehow important. But she appointed Patrick Adams as the head of Variation Tech at the time. Now, I feel like since this person would have done that to him, I feel like she would have been like the head of Zion or something, or had a big role in Zion's government to appoint Patrick as the head of Variation Tech at the time, right? Serving directly beneath her as both an assistant and research partner during Zion's earlier scientific rise. Oh, okay, so Patrick used to serve under her. So again, Phoebe Knox maybe was like a big head of science at Zion at the time. Phoebe was still known as one of... Okay, actually, oh, hold up, we could learn some Phoebe lore here. During that period, Phoebe was still known as one of Zion's greatest minds, and Patrick genuinely admired her brilliance. But while others around her became intoxicated by her unusual choices, Patrick slowly became one of the first people to recognize the darker direction her thinking was heading toward. Oh, so she really did something bad. Even before the fall of North Zion, Patrick reportedly argued with Phoebe behind her doors over morally questionable decisions. Uh-oh, mad scientist, possibly? He spent months trying to make her see reason, often acting as the only sensible voice within private meetings. Those efforts eventually failed as Phoebe's obsession deepened into something far more dangerous. Witnessing that transformation permanently shaped Patrick's worldview and heavily influenced the kind of company he would later build himself. Oh... So she really did go into a darker side with science. And maybe that's why Zion doesn't like science anymore, because of what she did. Okay. So what I'm getting at here is that Phoebe Knox was someone who's very much a very big name when it comes to the scientific field that may have been worked in Zion at the time. And she did something bad. Something dark. And I wonder again if that relates to what's happening in North Zion with the disappearances, you know, people being changed, weird experiments going on, which I initially thought was something that Variant Labs was doing. When Patrick eventually founded Variation Tech, he envisioned it as a laboratory rooted in practical science and old industrial development, straying away from what Phoebe was trying to do. Patrick became known throughout the company as a strangely approachable executive, even with dabbling in the scientific field. Zion also gave him room to build on his studies, and he and President FaZe Zion were both intertwined in the same circles. Ah, so Patrick... So again, that shows again that Variation Tech and Zion were closely linked at the time. They were, you know, related in a way. So straying away from what Phoebe was trying to do, I wonder if Adrian James Carter II and Variant Labs are now trying to rework on what Phoebe was trying to, which is why people don't like Variant Labs anymore, or on what they're possibly doing. Which again means, ooh, it could be a possible theory then. Is Variant Labs going back into that stuff that Phoebe Knox was working on? It's something to think about. One of the most important people Patrick ever took interest in was young Adrian James Carter II. And they worked together, personally trained him within Variation Tech. Trainee turned pro. Though Adrian and Patrick constantly clashed philosophically, Patrick still played an enormous role in shaping the man Adrian would become. Adrian inherited much of Patrick's understanding of laboratory structure and operational control. Even many of Adrian's habits inside Variant Labs mirror Patrick's older routines without Adrian fully realizing it. Their relationship became increasingly hostile in Patrick's later years as Adrian pushed for more experimental approaches, while Patrick desperately tried preserving the older principles Variation Tech had been founded on. And I wonder if that's because he saw a bit of what Phoebe Knox was trying to do in Adrian. I think there's a link now that Variant Labs, possibly Chad, is working on continuing maybe the research that Phoebe Knox was doing. Which again means, could Variant Labs be related to what's happening in North Zion? Because Phoebe Knox clearly may have had a role in what happened in North Zion. Which is why the place is, like, quarantined now. Oh shit, that rabbit hole goes deeper. Over the course of his career, Patrick received numerous medals and industrial commendations. He regularly participated in private council discussions with higher authorities, including Phase Zion. So, like, Patrick, when he was up there, he was up there. Like, he was dealing with, like, the top of the top. By the time Patrick reached his 70s, his relationship with Adrian had completely deteriorated. Patrick increasingly viewed Adrian as the embodiment of everything he failed to stop in Phoebe Knox years earlier. Yep, I knew it. Patrick ultimately died during the catastrophic industrial accident inside Variation Tech that would later result in Adrian assuming control of the company and transforming it into Variant Labs. Official reports described the incident as a machinery failure during a public demonstration. Oh, that makes it even worse. During a public demonstration too. Oh shit. Unofficially, rumors spread almost immediately throughout the company that Adrian had somehow been responsible. Whether intentional, I was hinting at this. Which is fucked up if Adrian deliberately killed Patrick. Which is crazy if he did. And dark. Even years after his death, Patrick Adams remains one of the most important figures in the history of both Variation Tech and Variant Labs overall. To some, he was the last responsible scientist Zion ever produced. To others, he was simply an aging man, terrified of progress. But to Adrian Carter himself, whether he admits it or not, Patrick Adams was still the man who raised him into who he eventually became. There's some text here. To Jamie, before Patrick went full-time being a beancoat, he was one hell of a stage partner. Some of my favorite nights were spent making fools of ourselves in front of curtains and cheap light. Something that man. Take care of yourself, kid. Something Patrick tells you he was the better, something lying through his teeth. Morton Lakesway. That is someone that Variant Labs hired to do their commercials and who has access to Variant Labs' containment chamber, which is incidentally where the Avarian show is taking place. We get a full-on Patrick Adams page, which is nice. It's a bit of context on Patrick Adams' lore. Now this, though, is something which is big. Project MXVR. Now, Chad, we have had hints of that throughout this series, okay? I think one of the first instances we see this is in this episode, where someone is doing a tampering of such. There. Initial Inquiry, Project MXVR. So MXVR is hinted throughout the series. And now, we may learn what this could be. Project MXVR is an internal Variant Labs research initiative dedicated to the continued study and documentation of Averion, incidentally the same name of the show, Averion, that is taking place, as a pharmaceutical product. So this Averion pill is something that was released in the recent episode in the Orange Channel episode of the show, which is the latest episode in the Endlok Horror series. The project is designed to support a broader understanding of Averion's development history, formulation standards, therapeutic applications, market performance, and ongoing research potential within a controlled scientific environment. So it's a project focused on the development and history and stuff related to this pill. Averion is presented as a wellness-oriented medicinal product developed from highly abnormal research findings, and its commercial success helped establish Variant Labs as a serious, profitable institution. Wellness-oriented, so it's like a medicine to like give you serotonin or something, like a wellness check, well-being medicine. Through Project MXVR, Variant Labs is able to organize multiple branches of analysis related to Averion under one umbrella. Project MXVR as a whole is separated into 3 various layers, but as of now, only one is open for discussion to the public. And then we'll learn more about this when we go into the Averion pill page, because there is a whole page on the Averion pill, and holy shit, this page is long. Oh my god, there's so much! Can science survive in Zion? That's like a freaking headline for a newspaper. Adrian James Carter II would argue that science can survive in Zion, but not by presenting Zion itself does not exist. Zion has long treated scientific advancement as something unnatural, dangerous, even unholy when left outside the state's control, and yet, for reasons Adrian still cannot fully explain, Zion has never made a direct move against Variant Labs. So Zion as a city does not like science, and especially when it comes to evolving science, expanding science, going beyond with knowledge in science. But that's very interesting that Zion doesn't seem to still care about it. They just find their work annoying. No raids, no military seizure. No attempt to overrun the facility despite its independence and increasingly public influence. Adrian finds that silence more unsettling than open hostility. Why would a city-state large enough to cover the half the world not even dare to make a laboratory gaining popularity vanish? So again, Zion knows that possibly Variant is working on scientific work that they do not like, but they don't do anything about it. I wonder if it's because of the fact that, again, Variant Labs is situated outside the borders of Zion. I wonder if that could be like the thing. Adrian also knows that belief alone does not keep a laboratory running. Part of what allowed Variant Labs to survive in this early independent phase was the fact that he still had access to a substantial reserve of money originally set aside by his father for law school, which, depending on who you ask, may be the most expensive legal education ever redirected into science. The files make clear that Adrian's father pushed him towards law and rhetoric, and that savings meant for that path later became one of the few resources Adrian could draw on, while trying to turn the desert facility into a functioning research institution. So when we learn about Adrian James Carter II in his character lore on this page, and in the series 2, Adrian's father was more into law and did not want him to go into science. Everyone in the universe of Zion just does not like science, but he wanted to deter away from that. And he even used his own savings to make a facility in the desert for Variant Labs. Wild. It was not enough to build everything at once, but it was enough to keep the lights on, restore critical systems, and give Variant Labs a fighting chance. He is sort of a scientist who clings to the idea that uniqueness is worth protecting, even when the world is against it. That way of thinking matches Phoebe Knox's complicated legacy. Adrian's role model, remembered throughout history as one of the foundational minds behind Zion's scientific and technological rise, including the early philosophies that would later feed into organizations like Variation Tech itself. Oh, so Adrian even found this person as a role model. I wonder, is Phoebe Knox still alive? I'm really happy to see that we're getting a lot of context on lore characters that we didn't know a lot about in the series, but we are getting it now. Historical archives portray Phoebe as a steward of progress, a visionary responsible for massive leaps in scientific development. Much of modern Zion's technological backbone exists because of systems and theories she helped pioneer generations earlier. Entire institutions were built from her work, only to later be reshaped and weaponized by the state for its own purposes. But history rarely speaks of her kindly. Do we think we're dealing with, like, a situation where, like, maybe she was wrongly accused of what she was doing? Like, it's sort of that idea that history paints people bad when maybe they weren't truly that bad. Because again, I don't know, you know what, we don't still fully know what bad things she may have been doing. The Red Lamb. Across Zion and beyond, Phoebe Knox is more infamously remembered by another title entirely: the Red Lamb. To some grand researchers such as Wallace Kerensky, never heard of that, she is viewed as the woman who effectively dragged science in itself into the modern age. To others, she is remembered as a dangerous extremist whose obsession with the advancement eclipsed human morality. By the time North Zion fell, public perception of Phoebe had transformed completely. State records and surviving broadcasts state her as a madwoman, willing to sacrifice an entire city and its people for what she believed was the greater good. Okay, so this is like the classic situation where, like, a scientist goes mad and mad scientist experiments. It's sort of that stereotype, isn't it? It looks like. Again, like, what was so dangerous that she was working on? Although you got to remember as well that she wanted to work on expanding science, which also means delving into the unknown. And, you know, delving into the unknown, you know, can sometimes have its caveats. According to Zion's archives, Phoebe Knox served directly under Zion's authority during this period, holding a seat on Phaser Zion's ruling council alongside her husband, Roger Knox. And we actually get this in one of the episodes. The name of Roger Knox. Okay, so they weren't president of Zion in the past. We now know the context. She was just really high up in, like, Zion's institutions in the history of the city. Also, there's this, like, word here. There are, throughout this page, these, like, letters which are hovering around, and this actually relates to a code in another website that we can do a password for in this page. Archived records claim that during the fall of North Zion, so a lot of mention of North Zion, and again, remember chat, North Zion is quarantined because something happened there, and they don't want anyone going there anymore. Something happened in North Zion, and I wonder if Phoebe Knox had a role in that. During the fall of North Zion, Phoebe murdered Roger in cold blood after political fractures between the two reached a breaking point. Okay, I didn't expect that. Okay, so she just straight up murdered her husband over disputes. Okay. She really is a madwoman. In the aftermath, she was accused of pushing Zion toward total collapse, allegedly willing to sacrifice the entire city-state to the same spreading force that had already begun consuming the North. Chat. Holy shit, I wonder if that's related to what happened to Jax then. It all comes full circle. Madame Complex in this situation mentions this too.
The people who chose to be taken by the overgrowth.
The people who chose to be taken by the overgrowth. That sounds very similar to what this is saying. Same spreading force that already begun consuming the North. Overgrowth, North, some sort of experiment gone wrong? And this also kind of looks like... This kind of looks similar to what this is showing with what happened to Jax. With whatever this stuff is that consumes him. Oh. Ooh. I see the vision. Overgrowth. So yeah, something really bad happened in North Zion. Oh no. And it's got to be related to that creature that we were talking about earlier at the start of the stream today. MDX-142, Phoebe researching minerals found outside of city. Oh, so that's actually Phoebe right there. Damn. Face reveal. Phoebe Knox helped shape Zion's future, then twisted that future into something dangerous enough to nearly destroy it. Phoebe Knox's current whereabouts remain completely unknown. Ah, so she's missing. Following the fall of North Zion and the accusations surrounding her role in the catastrophe, Phoebe vanished before Zion authorities could successfully apprehend her. Oh, so she's on a hit and run, possibly. I love that we're getting more context on characters that we never thought about before, but now we're learning a lot about them. I love this. I love this. Also, we're at the end of this page. Despite direct orders issued by Faye Zion himself, no confirmed capture was ever recorded, and every documented attempt to track her movements eventually went cold. To most citizens, Phoebe is believed to have died years ago, either during the collapse of the North or somewhere beyond Zion's borders while fleeing capture. Her name is often treated like a relic of the past. Others know she is anything but. Visit Oakwood, West Zion. Interesting we get that reference. Oakwood is where a lot of the disappearances in the city of Zion are taking place. Oh look, do you see a mountain over there? There is a mountain in West Zion that Adrian's father actually was told to go to? There's something moving over there. MT Zion. Oh, the tab says Mount Zion. I was literally mentioning this. I remember. Oh. ZY2. What is that? If you hover over the page, it says wafna.png.
Allow me to overview this once more. Subject was discovered wandering lower excavation tunnels inside the mountain, repeatedly asking soldiers if the mining crews had returned safely. Mining crews? First and foremost, I haven't heard the term mining since I read it in the archives. Second phase, we knew this. That site's been abandoned for decades. My original point was that it looked like it had been taken out by a bomb. That's why you lot went there in the first place.
I'm aware.
Then why is this man acting like these so-called workers disappeared yesterday?
Because to him, maybe they did.
No, don't start doing that cryptic nonsense with me right now. The med staff says he kept asking for his father. Same exact story every time. From what the doctors can gather, this mining team was led by his father, Oswin Wafner. He says his father entered the tunnels with the team and never came back. That's what he was doing down there, Faze. Searching. Mindlessly. But searching for his father. Look at him. The doctors can barely communicate with him. He doesn't understand half the terminology we use. He's donned in clothes that look as though they've been excavated. Even then, one nurse asked where he thought he was, and he said,
Don't. I know what you're going to say. And though it makes no sense to me either, we're going to play the situation by ear and see what comes of it. As for the site, I want a proper construction and excavation detail prepared by morning. If that area is as empty as our records claim, then we'll make use of it. Clear the tunnels, survey the surrounding land, and begin drafting plans for a controlled settlement below the mountain.
So they mentioned that they found this thing in the mountains in a mine shaft, and he was asking for his dad or something. Also, look at this thing. It looks like it's coming out of, like, a thing. Like, do these look like clothes to you, Chad? I don't think they do. Or maybe they are, but also it looks like he's coming out of, like, a shell. It is very confusing, isn't it? I'm so updated and lost. That's what I'm saying. This ARG/analog horror/found footage series goes so deep. There's so much to sort of like learn about or like find out about, which can add so much complexity to the story. This is so deep. Like, again, I mentioned this in my reaction video to the series, but I never have. This is like so like this is like Marble Hornets level deep. You know, he may have gotten up after some time and everything's changed. I don't know what's going on with this. But they mentioned something about working on the mountain and making a settlement below. And that is what Oakwood is, Chad. That is what Oakwood is. Oakwood is in West Zion. It is by this mountain. And again, Chad, we learned from the literal channel trailer in the very first episode of the Avarian Show Analog Horror in chronological order that there are people missing over here. So there's a big link between what's happening with North Zion, with some sort of creature and disaster, and then disappearances happening in West Zion. If that makes any sense. And again, could this link to, you know, what could be going on with this? And then it is very confusing, isn't it? Also, we are at the bottom of this page now after so long. How did you find the code? Osiris Graves. Oh, they actually mentioned that name in this audio log. Now, Osiris is interesting because it's mentioned here, and it's also mentioned for Osiris. So this is on Nikolai's page, and we hear an audio transcript of like someone talking about monarch butterflies. And again, another unknown character, for some reason, mentioned, that we don't know about, but it is mentioned. Okay, so if I press these books, Osiris Graves. Newspaper article. Blood Ties, Blood Lies by Mac Davis. Business titan Seraphin Carlo killed in 30-story fall from Seraph & Co. Tower. Questions swirl as witness point to daughter, former employee. Seraphin Carlo, the industrial executive behind Seraph & Co., was killed late Tuesday evening after falling nearly 30 stories from a shattered office window in the company's central tower and crashing onto the roof of a nearby Zion cab. Authorities confirmed. Oh God, what? The violent nature of the incident has sent shockwaves through the city, not only because of Carlo's public profile, but because of the suspicious activity reported in the minutes surrounding her death. Responding Z officers arrived to find the upper office window broken outward and the company's founder dead at street level. So someone else also died as well. Her body having struck a passing cab hard enough to crush part of its roof and windshield. The driver survived, though officials say he remains under observation and is not yet cleared to speak publicly. Investigations have not ruled the death a homicide. 2 names have already begun circulating in connection with the fall. It sounds like it may have been murder. Even more rabbit holes, like who are these people? What? The first is Osiris Graves, a long-time archival worker and records keeper who had previously worked under Carlo. According to witnesses inside the building, Graves was seen leaving Seraph & Co. shortly after the incident, carrying all of his belongings, a detail authorities are said to be examining closely. Some employees described the departure as abrupt, though whether it had been planned in advance remains unclear. The second is Carlo's own daughter, Nova Carlo, who is reportedly seen not far from the scene around the same time. Multiple witnesses claim Nova was running through the area in visible distress before flagging down a separate cab and leaving at speed. Police are currently on the lookout for both individuals. While no formal charges have been announced, speculation has already spread across Zion's business and social circles. Officials have urged the public not to jump to conclusions, though that has done little to stop theories from forming. Was the fall the result of an internal dispute, a family betrayal, or something far more calculated, involving one of the people closest to her orbit? For now, all that is certain is this: one of Zion's most respected women is dead. A tower window stands broken above the avenue, and the last people reportedly tied to her final moments have both vanished into the city. Yeah, I'm even more confused. How does this link? Now, all I can say is that Osiris disappeared, but we learned from the... It did say in this audio recording that Osiris was last seen in North Zion. So you could say that Osiris killed this person and then went to North Zion and never came back. It's weird. It's weird. I sometimes also feel like there may be too much context and there's too much new things being introduced, that it can deliberately make things a little bit too complicated than it should be. But maybe it's like just another sort of like lore to like the history of whatever's happening in Zion's history that could link to everything that's going on. Another thing I want to look at is this. Pink Me. When you hover over... So this is... You get to this page when you go to the job application link, which is this. And it takes us to this page. And this is the job application. And then there's this. And this says His Kingdom. And chat, does this not look like the shroud thing that we saw last time? We are definitely pressing this. What is His Kingdom? Whoa. Guys, it's the green... This has to be the green guy. This has to be the green guy. Do I pull up the green guy's picture? Oh, when you hover over this, it says Joseph's Kingdom.jpg. The king is pink. The king in pink? We have the king in yellow, but the king in pink? What does it say here? Who was something trad or traditional? The city something and Joseph and his people, his kingdom, to trust a stranger something, the city something undoing. There's a sun over here. What does that say there? Period? No, what? Is that a D? If we zoom into the picture, how zoomed in can we get? That either says period, or peridot, or peridact. So what is this guy holding? Is that his hands? Is he holding... Oh, is he holding something? Peridot is a gem. Oh shit, really? Ooh, and it's green. It's green. Zion! Huh, is there anything else? Oh, there's an audio recording. You know what we need to do, turn that ambience off and let's listen to this.
Nobody wants to say it plainly. They keep acting like this is reasonable. Like we are supposed to trust every decision being made simply because the man making them has kept us alive this long. But that is exactly why this feels wrong. He used to question everything. Every stranger at the gates, every promise, every offer that sounded too convenient. Now there is something drifting through our streets beneath layers of pale pink cloth, and every instinct that once kept this city alive has gone quiet. It does not explain itself. It does not speak to any of us. It speaks to him. And every time it does, he comes back talking about the future, about leaving, about some better path waiting for us beyond the walls. As though everything we built here can be abandoned because a faceless pink stranger told him there's more waiting out in the desert. Joseph is supposed to be the leader of Peridot. He is supposed to protect this city, not invite whatever is standing beside him to decide what becomes of us.
So Peridot is their city or place. Yeah, so I feel like... I wonder if this is a reference to something happening in North Zion then, right? Because, again, North Zion has deteriorated and fallen off, and she mentioned there that and it looks like Joseph that's mentioned here, maybe the mayor of that town, possibly whoever led that place, right? This could be related to the fall of North Zion. That there is this red-robed figure who is seen around the streets or slithering through the streets of Zion or of Peridot and speaks to him, aka Joseph, who may be the mayor. And then the mayor is like, oh, there's stuff far beyond the walls of Zion, aka the desert. And note that they mentioned the desert because, again, the desert is where Variant Labs is situated. That is different to what this was. Although they have a similar design and a similar look, except that one is pink and this one's green colored. They could still be the same thing, or there's multiple of them. The rabbit hole is rabbit holing, chat. And this is just from the Who Are We page. We still need to go over this page. Presenting Averion. So this is a huge thing which could link and connect how the show that Mason is doing is connected to what Variant Labs is working on. Okay? So now we're going to learn more about the Averion pill. You've heard the name, seen the color, and wondered what the heck does Averion mean? Well, allow us to explain in full detail, but first, watch this video in case you missed it. And this is like a full-on musical number. They did a full-on musical number in that episode to introduce the Averion pill. They did like a whole music video. Like, it's like Disney movie styled. So they introduced this pill through that. And now we're going to understand what it all means, possibly. So Averion is, so this is abbreviated. Averion is advanced wait, what does that say? Analgesic. Analgesic? Is that a C? Advanced analgesic. Variant acute relief inflammation optimization narcotic. I am breaking my freaking voice reading that. Excuse me. It's an omen. Speaking about Averion makes your throat hurt. And now, so Averion stands for Advanced Analgesic Variant Acute Relief Inflammation Optimization Narcotic. Not narcotic, sorry, narcotic. A narcotic drug is a powerful substance that dulls the senses, relieves severe pain, and can cause sleep or deep unconsciousness. morphine, codeine, and heroin. Oh, it's that. Also, that is a crazy long name. No wonder they put it in an abbreviation. So relieve stress. They mentioned in this episode how it can relieve stress and sort of fix your brain in stressful situations. So that makes sense. Again, there's that hovering letter, A. We've had, I think, an R and an A, I think. Perhaps you've heard the name. Perhaps you've wondered what sort of desert machine those scientists have been building. A satellite? A weapon? One enormous orange blender? Well, allow us to liquefy those rumors. A Varian is not a machine. It is not a classified supercomputer. It is simply the name of Variant Labs' most popular medicinal narcotic, developed to support pain relief, healthier sleep, and longer-lasting energy. Manufacturing began in early ZY49. Okay, so now we have a date of when this was made. Or early manufacturer. ZY49. Now again, chat, the biggest question I had coming out of the Avarian show is that, did this pill come first? Or did the Avarian show first start airing? A lot of the dates and cameras that relate to this show the year ZY51. So I don't know if this show was before the pill was manufactured or after the pill was manufactured. And again, this was happening inside Variant Labs. So this show is happening inside the most dangerous room in Variant Labs, aka the containment facility, which is where I am hypothesizing is where they recreate or maybe are involved in manufacturing this drug. I don't fully know. And since its introduction to selected Zion markets, demand has exceeded even our most optimistic expectations. It's a narcotic drug. It's gonna attract people. Yeah, as you said, Uzi, they've got people hard on the drug. What's it made of? Big question. What is it made of? Now, naturally, you may be wondering what exactly goes into a Varian. The answer is simply a carefully regulated blend of synthetic analgesics and Variant Labs' proprietary compounds refined under controlled laboratory conditions. So it's called analgesics. I have never heard of this word before. What on earth is analgesics? Analgesics, commonly known as painkillers, are medications specifically designed to relieve... Oh, like paracetamol and ibuprofen. So it's made up of a blend of synthetic painkillers, materials that make painkillers, and Variant Labs' proprietary compounds, refined under controlled laboratory conditions. This is going deep into like pharmacology. Certain properties of the Varian are not intended for the public eye. Not because there is anything to fear, of course. However, there are those who'd prefer the actual list of ingredients and just assume they're safe, because we say we know that what we're doing. So we'll have Professor Cosmo down below share the insights. Hey, Cosmo! Why does he have a mustache? Oh my god, bro looks so goofy. Cosmo lovers, this is your time to shine. Your mascot is here. Adjust your goggles, my curious minds. Today, I'll show you what a Varian consists of. Albert Cosmo. Is that his actual full name? Oh, Albert Cosmo, Albert Einstein, Curio Cosmo. I see what you're doing. There's a full-on chalkboard. A Varian. Active compound. Main ingredient. Sleep-enhancing agents. To help with sleep for the sleep variation of a Varian. Lab extract. Extract collected from the lab to make up the compounds. So they even made their own compounds and extracts and whatnot. Desert mineral salts. Salts collected and harvested from desert minerals and rainwater. So minerals and rainwater, okay, so they have desert materials. They're using their environment, the desert, to their advantage. Carter Grade Energizer, Carter's own energy mineral made within VL. So a lot of these stuff they have made themselves on top of using other outsourced materials such as desert minerals, sleep enhancing agents. So again, Carter has a huge role in this. And then we have the Averion aspect of it, I guess. Apart from the active compound. Peach extract. So it has, they describe it, it does have a peachy taste, I guess? Or made from peaches, so sweet, as one of the lyrics in that song. I don't think I'll ever have peaches. I don't know if anyone in chat eats peach, but it's sort of that vibe. So peach extract for the peach flavor. Gelatin binder for the various forms of pill variations of Averion. Gelatin binder. And then pain relief compounds for the pain. Paracetamol, stuff like that. You're just on-the-counter medication for pain relief. Right, so what's this? The study of Averion. Since its introduction, Averion has become one of the most widely purchased pharmaceuticals both within Zion and throughout surrounding territories. While most consumers are familiar with the finished product, the compound itself has required years of continued research. Averion is most easily recognized by its orange luminescence. This glow is produced by a reactive characteristic our researchers have informally referred to as its soul property. The name is not meant to imply anything supernatural. It is simply the term that remained in use after several earlier attempts to classify the reaction proved inadequate. So this pill can glow in the dark. I feel like that's kinda cool. Some properties of the compound are not intended for the public eye, which falls under one of many projects held under the VL law. This one, for example, is Project MXVR. See about us for more public information on this project. So a lot of the stuff related to this pill is classified. Then we have this picture, early expansion. What does that say? Something feeling something else is going on here. Ever since Zeke asked me to enlist with these scientists, something being given bleak details of the entire expansion process. That CEO of theirs hasn't even informed me as to why they needed to expand this much in the first place. Fuzzy. I think this is one of the people in the Variant Labs character tab. Zeke is also one of them. Okay, so again, as Variant Labs was working on making this pill, they would be expanding the laboratory a lot more. This is not unusual. Averion remains an active pharmaceutical project, and certain details regarding its extraction and stabilization are restricted. The study of Averion has required a significant expansion of the lab's facility. There have been rumors that Variant Labs operates a large containment facility. Large containment facility. The description is misleading. Like the containment facility that the Averion show is taking place in? That even the scientists don't know why there's a talk show happening in the lab? Sus links. The secured chamber exists primarily for the compound itself. Before refinement, concentrated Averion can be hazardous when handled incorrectly. These precautions are necessary to ensure that each distributed formula remains stable and safe for public use. The majority of chemical processing is overseen by Gabriel Grain, with additional assistance from Nikolai Moss during specialized stages of development. Agent James Carter II personally reviews activity within the primary chamber and continues to oversee the strengthening of the compound for broader distribution. Mentions of a secured chamber, chat. We've heard the containment chamber that holds the Variant Labs. You know, we saw this in the incident episode. This part here mentions it.
You guys were able to access a camera within the chamber? Is this live?
And this is based upon the incident where Axton, who's a security guard, inadvertently went into the Averion show when he was investigating an alarm going off in the lab. And then he finds himself here. This is where we get the link that the Averion show, the talk show, is linked to whatever Variant Labs is working on. So, like, again, Even the scientists at Variant Labs don't know why in the containment chamber, which I believe now we can say is where they're making the Averion pill. And it makes sense, doesn't it? Because we have the Averion show, and then we have the Averion pill. They're both happening in the same place, which is weird as heck. Because why? Again, I would highly recommend everyone to go through the episodes as well if you haven't already, and also, you know, go through the website to get a better understanding in your own time. Because there's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot. You know, I have a theory that James Carter I may have been killed by something. That's all I'm gonna say. And maybe his son may have been involved in that. Just like his son may have been involved in killing Patrick Adams. See all these links. Like, Adrian James Carter II knows, I think he knows, that there is a talk show happening in there. Right, Averion has undergone several phases of development since its earliest testing period. Depending on dosage requirements and intended use, the medication may be distributed as a liquid, pill, or gelatin-based formula. Earlier records may refer to the compound as Averion. The additional A was introduced after the development of the Averion active compound, allowing researchers to distinguish the stabilized pharmaceutical from its earlier experimental form. Averion active compound. Okay, I have a theory that what if the Averion show started somehow after they discovered this Averion active compound, and what if somehow the Averion show is producing this Averion active compound? It sounds weird and crazy, and it may sound like it makes no sense, but possibly that could be the case. The active compound is being manufactured simultaneously with the production of the Averion show, the talk show. How that works, don't ask me. I don't know. I could be capping right now. And that could maybe give us sort of an idea that it could be possible that the Averion pill production started first, and then later on, somehow the talk show is happening with Mason again, and all this stuff. A limited number of consumers have described visual hallucinations involving butterflies appearing in their household. Again, butterfly imagery. Bugs. At this time, Variant Labs has found no evidence that these butterflies exist outside of the consumer's imagination, and upon further research, most heightened hallucination effects stem from the overconsumption of Averion altogether. Okay, so if you get high with Averion, you will hallucinate butterflies. Kinda sounds scary, because I wonder if it's the monarch butterflies, and the monarch butterflies have the typical classic, you know, orange-styled wings. Hallucinations do not go beyond this in any way, shape, or form, and all of the rumors regarding hallucinations have been proved to be false. The medication has been tested on multiple staff members, including Mr. Carter himself, without any confirmed encounters. And I guess that would make sense. Adrian James Carter II would sort of test out his own medicine to probably even prove to people that, hey, nothing is sus about this, you should take this. Consumers are encouraged to follow the dosage instructions included with each formula and report any unusual side effects through the proper Variant Labs channel. Averion soothes pain away. Fast, effective, Averion is soluble. It's absorbed rapidly to relieve pain quickly and effectively. I don't know why, but is it sus the way that it says it's absorbed rapidly? This is probably like a promotional flyer or something. Old ad. Also, there's a link here. Where does this take us? The link is called MXVR Halloween when you hover over it. Or what? Whoa, 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 whoa. There's a video! Let's go! Found footage! Right, so what do we have? We have MXVR down here. We have the year 18, Halloween, 8:23 AM, angle to Mason's camera. There have been moments, chat, in this show where we have seen memories of Mason. I think we've had even instances of child Mason. Memories of his child self. Again, this is so deeply connected to what Mason's life is and what his life was. So this is going even deep into Mason's personal life as well, which is why I suggest that it is linked to a lot of things. That Mason holds the key to everything. So this is in his home, probably. This is a personal camera. So this is on Halloween. A Varian reaction analysis 0%. Subject Scott David Robertson. Scott David Robson, present. Or is this someone else? Or is this somewhere else? A Varian reaction analysis 0%. Stagnant. Recording of downstairs.
You get this one of my friends. Oh. Well, actually, I'm gonna have like two.
A Varian reaction analysis 0%. Or do you see how that switched up?
Monarch butterflies. Long and fine with a striking deep golden
Oh my god, what?
orange wings. Were once abundant in the distant neighboring state of Zion. However,
Varian reaction
due to
analysis
significant
50%.
environmental degradation and widespread habitat loss, Zion has become increasingly uninhabitable for species such as the monarch.
Whoa. So this is MX. This is a camera which has MXVR on it, which means Variant Labs is involved in this, and this is just someone's random house. What? Which would be Mason, because it says Mason's camera. And then notice how this number changes when I think someone enters the room.
Well, actually, I'm gonna have like two.
Someone enters, a Varian reaction goes to 55%. I wonder if this is Mason in like his past, in his young self.
Monarch butterflies. Long and fine with striking
And then when we see a butterfly, this a Varian reaction analysis goes up to 200%. Mason is linked to butterflies. What? It's so confusing. What? But why just a random dude called Mason, who's just living and chilling in his home, and all this is happening? Why Mason of all people? Who, again, guys, he is the guy who's running the show, is Mason. Mason a Varian. So this has been happening ever since Mason was a kid. Like, this has been planned for such a long time or something. Either that, or there is some freaking time loop shenanigans going on. It's weird. Apply for a Varian. Because Variant Labs operates outside Zion's city limits, a Varian cannot be purchased through standard in-city pharmacies without prior approval. This has not prevented residents of Zion from applying for access. A large portion of our current consumers live within the city and receive their medication through an approved medical provider. The process is straightforward. Prospective consumers must complete the official Avarion request form and submit it to their physician or registered medical provider. The provider will review the requested dosage, determine whether the medication is suitable for the patient, and forward the completed form to Variant Labs. You have to apply to use this shit. Kinda nuts. What is that? Samuel. Something city he called it, an empire for mankind, or what it was now. Something has peace when the something has its building state. Something was Samuel. I wonder if that's a depiction of Zion. It's green. Once the application has been approved, the medication can be prepared for shipment and delivered through the appropriate provider. This process is not limited to make Avarion difficult to obtain. It exists to ensure that each consumer receives the correct formula and dosage. Avarion is available in several forms, and not every variant is appropriate for... See what they did there? Not every variant is appropriate for every patient. For this reason, direct purchases from the Variant Labs facility are not permitted without documented medical authorization. So there's different variations of this pill, and not all of them are available for probably certain reasons. Maybe some are more enhanced and developed to be used publicly than others that maybe are being tweaked upon and researched on. Again, probably under Project MXVR. Residents of Zion are welcome to apply regardless of city boundaries. To begin the process, fill out the official form. There's a form. There's a form, and there's another link to something. Right, what is the form here? Are you in pain? Oh, and floating letter L. We gotta go back and look through all of these letters, and then we have to jot that down and see if we can get a word from it for a code for a certain website somewhere that we can find. Right, are you in pain? Yes, yes and often, sometimes off and on. That's such a broad question. Are you in pain? What are you hoping to gain from taking Avarion? More energy? Frequent activity in bed? What do you mean by that? Less pain while doing daily movements? To feel alive again? Does Kuru Cosmo make you feel safe? Yes. He's what drew me into Avarion. No. I wonder if they ask the question about Curio because, again, when you hallucinate with this drug, if you overtake it and you hallucinate, you will see butterflies, and Curio Cosmo is a butterfly. What part of Maddox are you located in? Maddox? What? West Zion, Oakwood, East Zion, South Zion, Central Zion, Zion Outskirts, Tundra, Dakota, further reaches Laszlo North Outer Perimeter. Oh shit, Maddox. Wait, I wonder if that's the name of the country in in which this takes place. Country name reveal? In this universe, Maddox is America, and then like West Zion, you have Zion, and then the other regions like Tundra, Dakota, these are states? Ooh, world building. What type of Avarion are you interested in? Avarion LV1, VL1, sorry, for energy and pain relief, VL2, sleep and pain relief, and VL3, just pain relief. Can you get past the color? Yeah, orange is a decent color. I'll do my best. Chat, if you don't like butterflies and if you don't like orange, this pill is not for you. But if you do, knock yourself out. And if you like the taste of peach, you can have it. Okay, there is a green ZY51. This says Z151 when you hover over it. This looks like it could be a phone call. So, audio? And if so, audio for what?
Hello there. You've reached the voicemail box of Janine Caldwell. I'm probably away from my phone, buried in work, or off exploring the ocean in my head.
Janine Caldwell!
Something with way too many legs. Leave me a message after the beep, and I'll swim back your way as soon as I can. Unless I've been eaten by a giant squid. In that case, it might take a little longer.
Cute message. Real cute. Janine, is it? Her name's Frankie. WZ Bureau. Now, you called earlier looking for me and David. Said you know a thing or two about Variant Labs. Said you got something that might help us out with our not-so-little case. Now, let me tell you something. Everybody in this city's got a story about that place. Everybody knows a guy who knows a guy, yada yada. Then you ask him to sit down and talk. Suddenly, nobody remembers a goddamn thing. But you called us. So either you got something worth hearing, or you got a real interesting way of wasting my afternoon. Give me a call back when you get this.
Ooh. Janine mention. Chat, in the Mason Averion show, Janine Caldwell is one of the staff for that show. But you know who else was mentioned in that? David. And David also works at this show.
Featuring the ever-brilliant Janine Caldwell.
Janine Caldwell.
And the man behind the sound making sure no explicit language is heard, David.
David. How do these characters link to the show? If there is a Janine Caldwell who somehow called these people about something related to Variant Labs, and then there's someone who's involved in the show working, that's also an aspect of this series that I don't understand. Although it's also been mentioned that there are, apparently, according to one of the people at Variant Labs, Artemis, who said that there are multiple Janines. But even still, why? What is that link? So we get a phone call here with someone called Frankie, who I think I know about this character from audition notes, from when I was auditioning for this series. Frankie, I think, is a part of a detective agency. So it looks like this detective agency is wanting to do a case on Variant Labs, possibly, and they want information on it. And it looks like Janine called them. So Janine has to be someone that's from Variant Labs. However, there is no one, okay? There is no one in the character list of all the employees that work at Variant Labs that is called Janine. There is no one called Janine. Which means they are hiding something. Janine is being hidden from us. But why, I don't know. And she seemed from that phone call there that she seemed alive, even though that she's alive, or like maybe alive. She would have called them, that's why they called back with the voice message. And that's the actual page of the Averion pill. So we've actually learned, I'm happy with this because we've learned a lot more about this pill, and it's given me a lot more theories as to what I think is going on. I think that possibly now, in my opinion, I think the Averion pill was being worked on first, but as a side effect of the pill production in Variant Labs, this random talk show called The Averion Show then started airing. And maybe Agent James Carter II is using this show to produce more variation or more variants of Averion. Maybe that's how they're making the Averion active compound. But what I still don't understand is, again, how Mason Averion and why this particular boy that we've seen old footage of involved in this. And how this again links to the stuff that's happening in North Zion, and how that shapes up the universe and the world of this weird creature and mysterious disappearances and whatnot. Also, there is a link right here, which is now following me a little bit. And if you hover over it, it says, The Woman. Let's press it. Oh shit. Oh my goodness. That is fucking terrifying. I did not like that. But we have to go back. Who are you? Whoa, 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 whoa. How did we get there? How did we get there? Hold on. Let's do this properly. Right. We touch you. You're gonna appear. Ooh, what the fuck? The Shimmer Man, I think that says. The Shimmer Man? What? What? What is this? Oh, Mason James Robson. Wait, there were 2 squares that were covered. Yeah, that music is stressing. This is the most scariest part of the website. What the flip? Everything was mysterious, but now this is creepy. Okay, so it takes us to the same place. And then we get this. Mason James Robson. Like, Mason Averion? Those are the pictures. Therapy. Dr. Mike's file. Number 12.
All right, Mason. Whenever you're ready.
Oh,
Right.
Mason.
I don't know why this one's harder to say out loud than everything else.
You don't have to say it perfectly, just start where it starts.
It starts when I'm little.
How little?
5? Maybe, I don't know, maybe just before that. But 5 is when I remember it actually sticking.
And now, is this the same dream each time? Still following you even now? Because unlike the other dreams we've spoken about before, this would be the first one you've described that has remained with you well into your 20s.
Yeah. Not exactly the same, but same shape. Same ending.
Tell me about the shape.
Okay. It's my house, but not. It always feels bigger in the dream. Longer, quieter, like everything's been stretched out just enough that I know something's wrong before I even see anything. My mom, she used to call it it's so silly, she used to call it the Shadow House. She swore that she's had, well, similar dreams of it. She's dreamed of the house before. What I came to realize much later as I got older was that this Shadow House, it was the house my family and I would eventually move into. Except outside the dream, it wasn't nearly as shadowy. Does that sound crazy?
So you were dreaming about your current residence, the house you actually grew up in long before you ever moved into it. No, Mason, that doesn't sound crazy. I've definitely heard far stranger.
I don't know. It feels wrong. Too coincidental. Look, being brought into the world and almost immediately having night terrors about a house you don't even recognize. At 5, mind you. Only to reach your teenage years, get dragged away from hunkering down near Deerfield Beach from a hurricane, and end up living in the very place you used to run from in your sleep as a kid. That's just batshit fucking insane.
Well, it could be that you were seeing something ahead of yourself, just not clearly. Dreams don't always show us the future in full. Sometimes they hand us bits and pieces. We're getting a little off track though. Did you say you were alone in the dream?
Yeah, I'm usually alone. Or at least I think I am. Like, I'm the only person left in the house, even if I know that doesn't make sense.
Go on.
I'm standing in the hallway, and I can see the laundry room.
The laundry room specifically?
Yeah.
What about it?
Well, it's dark, and it's not like pitch black dark, it's just wrong dark. Like, there's enough light in the house that I should be able to see inside it, but I can't. It's like the dark in there is heavier than everywhere else.
And that's where she is.
Yeah.
Take your time.
She's standing there.
Can you describe her for me?
Old. Really old. Not like a normal old person either. I mean, her skin, it looks thin, tight in some places, hanging in others, like it's barely staying on her. She wears this dark cloak or robe or something, like she was attending a funeral and got lost in her house. It covers most of her, but I can always see her face.
What does her face look like?
Horrible.
So she has a face. Unlike your other dream about, what did you call him again?
You're talking about the Shimmer Man.
Ah, yes, the
That's
Shimmer
this
Man.
thing.
As
That's
you
this thing
previously
here.
mentioned before, he doesn't have a face. So does she...
Oh yeah. She does. And she's just smiling in the dark. Always.
The whole time?
Yeah. That's the part that screws me up the most. She's always smiling before anything even happens. It's like she always knows how the dream will end.
Does she have a name?
No name. I just call her the woman.
Wow. First of all, that's the Mason that runs the Averion show. That's this guy.
Over the world.
That is literally this guy. Which again shows that Mason had a real life, like a normal real life before all of this. His real name is Mason James Robson, and he has been having nightmares ever since he was 5. About seeing this house that he has never seen before, but then later into his future, he moves into this very house that he had nightmares about. And in those nightmares, he would see these creatures, or these things, the woman and the Shimmer Man. So a bit of Mason character lore here. That also gave me a lot of vibes to Liminal Spaces, seeing like an empty house that looks big and stretched out. It kind of gives the vibe of like seeing a liminal nightmare, isn't it? And it's been there ever since he was young, so... Oh boy. He was destined for this. Right, there's another link here. Where does this take me? Or does this just take me back here? Oh, it does. Wow, everyone. What a interesting little sublink there. again, it reiterates that point, right, that, you know, Mason is a really important character in this series, and he holds all the keys. His existence is why all of this is happening. Now, I wonder when that took place. Was that taking place before he got into the show? Or if during that time? I don't fully know either. He has a normal name. Oh god, we're gonna have to go back into this again. Just go into it. Yep, just go into it, yeah. I don't know if this was like during or like before he got rolled into this Avarion show. So yeah, that also just goes to show that Avarion just... sorry, not Avarion. That Mason has just been having weird shit happen to him ever since he was young. Wait, this says coming soon, but there's no tab on it. Huh? Chat, I think that's everything, though. At this picture. Oh, there's a bicycle icon here. Where does this take me?
We are now eating ice cream, and I just threw his ice cream on the ground because I'm a douche. But,
Is that Mason? 15 MXVR angle 4:35 p.m.
on the ground because I'm a douche. But,
Cake is surely yours.
What? What'd you say?
Nothing.
Hey, what good and secretly yours?
No, you said take what is surely yours.
Oh, no,
Where the hell's he going? He's going on an adventure.
I was reading the book I'm reading, and it said something about onions and layers. I was like, what the fuck? Is everybody gonna, like, write about Shrek?
That's not funny. It's only funny because you say it and then I fucking laugh for some strange reason.
Because I think of that big dude that looks like a sumo. Like her from the morgue.
What wait, your phone's in your pocket? It's raining. Oh shit!
Tricycle 4 p.m. Again, that was an MXVR thing, and again, that's something that is really related to Mason and his life. We just literally just saw a little video of Mason, like, hanging out with his friends. I feel like has Variant Labs been just spying on this random dude this whole time and lured him into this? That's just... it's so weird. Like, we just looked at Mason's memories there, almost. And we see actually a bunch of those moments in, like, the Variant Show analog horror videos online as well. That's so bizarre. Like, that was one thing I wanted to check. There's also this. 4 dimensions. This is on, like, the bottom of the first page. Again, I don't know if this is something I should have checked out earlier, but we have this now.
Life happens in 4 dimensions. Subtract time from the equation and all you're left with is space. No motion, no change. Take away time and you change everything we know, everything we believe, everything we understand. Imagine a stopped clock. There would be no more rush hour, no more rushing to get there because you could never be late. There would be no birth or death. No more broken hearts. Summer vacations would never end. You could never lose a job. Your wife could never leave you. There would be no crime, no war, nothing new of any kind, nothing old. No will be, no want to be, no has been, just one long, uninterrupted is. It's hard to imagine because all we know, or all we think we know, is that time passes. We are taught it from the cradle to the grave that time waits for no man. However, time does not exist as we know it. Even the universe is not what it appears to be, because it takes the light from those distant stars millions of years to get here. You're seeing into the past, gazing out at a galaxy that might not even be there anymore. You are not looking at the night sky. You're staring into the heart of a time machine.
Damn. Also, that is Adrian James Carter II saying that. What the hell? That came out of nowhere. 4 dimensions. Take away time, you have space. Take away space, you have... Take away time, you have nothing. Deep talk, huh? This is bringing the guy from the mountain back up in my mind because he was stuck in time a bit, kinda. True. He did seem like he was, like, in the mountains of West Zion. Maybe a small little clue to that. But that was Agent James Carter II. That's the head of Variant Lab speaking there. We also have this. One of these has a link. Oh, this is literally what James Carter II said. What? For Ethan's second birthday, you spent half the party crying at the cake, and somehow convinced your father to carry you the entire evening, yet somehow you still made this the happiest day of my life. Love, Vivian Carter. This is Adrian Carter's wife. This is Adrian Carter II's wife, who actually passed away. So this is going to Adrian James Carter II's memories. So he has grief. He has history. A lot of these characters actually have rough backgrounds. And we learned about that when we looked through these characters. Some of these characters do have dark backgrounds. Is this the same thing? Oh no, this says something else. Alex. And we're gonna listen to this.
Hey.
And once again, you see, we have MXVR at the bottom, which means this is, again, possibly looking through Mason's life. MXVR is related to Mason. And again, which is why I'm saying, what if Mason is involved in somehow the production of the Averion pill?
Hey.
Why are you guys standing there?
Is it awkward?
It's pretty awkward.
Why don't you shake his hand or something? Hey, bro, what's up?
Hello, bro.
Hey, man,
what's up?
how's it going?
We just touched. This is insane.
Oh my
Who
God.
are you? I don't know. I should take a picture next to this.
Hold up your knife.
Cowabunga, dudes.
Taking a picture of you.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that face now.
Alright.
Fuck, I have to. Okay.
Who is this?
It sounds like you when you have the vape in your mouth.
When you're on your way back and driving and being all sad watching all these videos, just don't cry. It's gonna be good. We're gonna meet again. We're friends.
Do you sincerely mean that?
I do. I'm just being weird right now because I'm like on the verge of about to be tired. But yeah.
Oh. It's just friends hanging out. Again, just like the other one. MXVR is related to Mason's memories. And I actually said this in my reaction video too. Is Variant Labs using Mason for their pill? That's wild if they are. You're using someone's memories and life and whatnot, and their existence to produce a pill. That would be a crazy twist. Because every time we look through these memories, we see MXVR. And it's all related to Mason's life. We see these video footage of Mason's life in some way. Is he like a vessel? That's what I'm thinking too. Is what if Mason is a vessel for the production of the pill, which is why the show itself is also a vessel for the production of the pill. But why? Like, why? And that's, I think, everything in the website. However, Chad, we need to do some snooping because there is a website that we need to uncover. If we go to Talonvox's page, there is a link to a website here. I think it is related to these letters that we've been seeing. So E, we have an E, we have an A, EA, R, oh my god, what? There's another link I didn't find before here. Shh! Are you serious? There's so much! Why am I discovering things that I didn't see before? What? Oh, I wonder if that's actually the code for this. Actually, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a bathtub? Oh my god. That's the link for that. Wasn't there an L? E-A-R-L. Earl? What's this? Robson Residence is the name of this. Was there an L?
Hey, you've reached Mason Robeson. If that's not who you're expecting, then... I don't know. I wouldn't know who you were trying to reach. I haven't talked to my dad in years. So, if you were trying to reach him, I wouldn't know his number. Anyways, I'll give you a call back at my earliest convenience and your latest inconvenience. See you around.
Mason? Hey, it's Cammy. I just got home, and I'm still... I haven't even changed. I'm just standing here. Arthur told me. He told me what happened. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to you. I keep trying to think of something that doesn't sound stupid, and everything sounds stupid. I called because I'm at a loss. I don't know. If you're not doing anything, maybe you could come over? Or I can come there. Or we can just sit in my car or on the floor or wherever. I don't care. I'm not trying to push you. I swear I'm not. I just don't want you by yourself right now. Please call me back when you can.
Oh my god. Cammy. Chad, Cammy is a name of someone in the show who escapes, supposedly, the show. In this episode, the Dream Pod. It says that, Cammy, you need to wake up. This was going to be someone on the show. This was going to be like, I think the 18th guest for the Avarian show. Cammy. And then she somehow escaped. This also gives me the idea, and I haven't mentioned this before, but I think the guests that come to this show are also related in Mason in some way. Arthur, we learn about, is the guy who set up the birthday party for Mason, his 25th birthday, which is also hinted at throughout the series. I think all of the guests that Mason brings over to the show is related to Mason as well in some way, either through friends or family or whatnot. And it seems like Cammy there was... Again, he was trying to contact Mason, the real Mason. And she seems like she is lost for words at what she's gone through. I wonder if this means that she escaped, because she went through this whole...
You're not supposed to be here. Wait!
So, I don't know if this is before this episode happens, or after this episode happens. Holy moly. Now, we have this code, and Uzi, you also said there may have been a Z somewhere as well? So, L-E-A-R-Z. Is that all of them? A... Are there two A's? Azrael! It's all lowercase. It was all lowercase. We did it. Okay. Azrael. Which... Isn't that the angel of death? Azrael. Again, MXVR. Are we going to be looking through Mason's life? Again? What is this? It's a video. Project MXVR. Establishing connection. Starring what? TV program. Starting TV program! MXVR. Subject. Location. Variant Labs. Is in critical emotional condition. Please seek emotional diagnostics.
I don't even know what to do. Fuck! I can't fucking see! Fucking mess! I'm such a fucking... Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Please. I can't live without you. I can't fucking live without you. Please. I'm such a fucking disaster without you. Please. Fucking tearing my fucking lights out. Please. Please don't do this to me. Please wake up. Please wake up. Please wake up. Please.
Oh my god. Wow. That's bad. Wow. Oh, no. Poor guy. They are experimenting. Like, this is giving the vibe that they are experimenting on him. So if we go through here, we have Project MXVR. And look what it says here. It says starting TV program, aka like the Averion show, right? Establishing connection. Starting TV program. Starting TV program. Holy shit. So, I think Agent James Carter II knows that the TV show exists. And I think the TV show exists to allow Averion Pale to be made. And they're using Mason. I think this video clearly shows as if that, like, they're using this poor guy for their needs. And this guy's going through so much pain, possibly. MXVR, subject MJR, so Mason Jacobs Robson, I think is his full name. Age 24, time 9 PM, angle 7. This is Mason they're referring to. Location Variant Labs, date ZY49. Oh, wait, what? So the show has been starting ever since back then, possibly. Stasis Containment Chamber, which is where the show takes place. Are they like trapping him in there for their own needs? Subject MJR is in critical emotional condition. Please seek emotional diagnostics. And then they show the guy crying, saying, I can't live without you, as if this is like a breakup happening, but I don't think it is. Also, notice how the year shifts from 24 to 26. Sometimes. It's warping. And then we have this orange fluid with this picture. Yeah, he said, please wake up. We've heard this phrase a lot in the Avariant Show videos. This phrase of, please wake up, or wake up. You have to wake up. In one of the episodes with Arthur, Mason says, Arthur, you need to wake up. In this episode, we see this message here. Cammy, you need to wake up. This idea of waking up. Is he referring to himself? Like he's saying, please don't, or like, I can't live without you, or like, I don't know, dude, this is so weird. Oh, again, it just goes to reiterate that Mason's memories and Mason's life is involved in all of this, and I think Variant Labs could possibly be using Mason for some reason for their own work, and there's moments like this where, like, Mason is just going through it. And maybe he's dragging all of his friends along. That's why, like, all of these guests that he brings on are, like, people from his life and experiences. He says in the show that he picks people from his followers list. And he knows these people in some way. And he's dragging these people on for his show without realizing the consequences of it? Oh, this really puts a bad picture on Adrian Carter II and Variant Labs. And this pill. But the fact that this says Azrael... And again, yeah, it could maybe be referring to someone dying then. Oh... Because it's all a dream and everyone got the happy ending. But he didn't. Chat, I am tired. I think that's all we're going to go through today. There is still a website missing. There's still a link missing which I don't know about. Oh, chat, I may have to do this off stream. Or if anyone wants to do this off stream too. And yeah, I guess that's everything to show for the website at the moment. If you've made it to the end of this video, you will now obviously know that there is just so much more information that we learn about from this website. I like to say it's very cool that we have a whole page that explains to us the lore and information about other characters in the lab at Variant Labs. I like that each character has their own character profile, from which we can learn a lot more about their backstory, a lot more about how they may fit into the overarching story, and also meeting new characters that we haven't seen from the Analog Horror series yet, but we may see in maybe future videos, who knows. It again just goes to show how much effort has been put into this series, that there is whole character profiles. There's so much to talk about when it comes to all of these characters. Reading through these character profiles, we learn a lot, and a lot of these things are sort of interconnected too. Again, the idea that a lot of the people that are from Variant Labs at the moment have grown up in the city of Zion and have gone through living in the Zion Armada. We get to learn a lot more about Zion. Yes, this whole website so far is all talking about, the Variant pill and the inner workings of Variant, but through that we also get to indirectly learn a lot more about how Zion is like as a city and how it is as a system. It's definitely, as I mentioned earlier in this video, not an easy system or place to live in. If you're not in a higher or a proper place to be living at in the city, you are gonna have a rough time. Characters like Willow, for example, having to have that rough background of living on the streets. With the security officers learning how, running the city in security or in the military is a rough job to be in. And it can put a stress and a toll on a lot of people. Speaking of Zion as well, we learn a lot more about other characters that may have a role in the whole story. Like, we learn a lot more about Phoebe Knox and how her actions may have led to possibly the demise of North Zion. We learn a lot more about Janine. Again, I didn't find it on stream, but only after looking through it later on, that there actually is a whole character page on Janine. One of the most mysterious characters in this series as well that we don't know fully about. We have a whole character page on that as well. And of course, we learn a lot more in this website about Mason as a character. You know, during the series on YouTube, we see a lot of Mason as the guy who runs the Averion show. But through this website and deep dive through it, we learn a lot more about Mason before he got put into this mess, before he was put into this show. His sort of normal life, his memories. And this is why I'm sort of theorizing here, since we're now going to sort of delve into theorizing some stuff now. The idea that, again, Mason is connected to everything in this universe. Everything is happening because of him. We've been learning that it looks like MXVR has been a thing for such a long time. It's been building up to the moment where the pill probably got made. They've been possibly spying on Mason when we see, you know, the footage of camera possibly inside Mason's child home. We see child Mason a lot. We've seen that in the YouTube series as well. Has Varian been sort of spying on this kid ever since he was born? Or ever since he was young? And if so, why Mason in particular? And I'm currently going by the theory that MXVR has been around for such a long time, and that once the time was right, they used Mason possibly as a vessel to create the Averion pill. And that possibly the Averion show may have actually started airing after or during the production of the pill being made. Either that, or the Averion show is a possible byproduct of the pill being made. It could also be a thing that, as I said, Mason could be a vessel for the production of the pill. So what if the actual, and this may sound really weird and crazy, but hear me out. What if the Averion show is basically the method or the way in which they produce the pill? You gotta remember too that most likely the Averion show could actually be airing on Zion's TVs. And since the website mentions that a lot of people from Zion want to have the pill, what if the show on TV is sort of like a propaganda or sort of like a mind-controlling show which coerces people to take the pill? It could make sense. Maybe that's what Project MXVR is all about. The show creates the pill, and the show also maybe attaches or attracts other people's attention to getting the Averion pill. We've seen, you know, the image of how Averion is made, or like the components and the compounds being involved in the production for it. What if the lab extract that is used to make the active compound, the show? You gotta remember too that the show is taking place in the containment chamber of Variant Labs. And in the containment chamber, that is possibly where the pill is being made. If you combine all these ideas together, it could add up to the idea that this is what's happening, and how the show may now link to the Averion pill. Now, another thing I want to mention too that has taken my attention as we looked through this website and I've been thinking about is all thanks to that one part in the website in Variant Communications, by the way, where we saw this creature known as the Shroud. I have my theories on this thing. So on the series on YouTube, there are moments sometimes where you see sort of the screen glitching and moments where you see this green text, John 11, again, relating to that Bible quote that I mentioned back in the Analog Horror reaction video about a certain being called Lazarus being resurrected, and just green text of like this ominous person almost trying to seek something. I think that whatever that is the Shroud creature. I think the Shroud creature is this sort of creature that I've been mentioning a lot about, that has been sort of behind the scenes doing this dark work. I think it's the Shroud. And I think that this Shroud creature may be interfering or trying to interfere with the show. And I think that this creature may be the thing that we saw may have a role in what happened in North Zion with the Jack Southwoods case, for example. Lazarus come forth. Could this be Lazarus? You got to go back to that moment as well on the website where we learnt about this creature, this robed figure that is apparently slithering through the grounds of North Zion when it was still around, coercing with, at that time, the mayor, Joseph, into doing his bidding, talking about the future. So again, it shows those links that whatever this creature is planning is also trying to interfere with what work Variant Labs is doing. But the fact that we find links to stuff related to this being on Variant Labs' website, I wonder if there is a link between the two as well. What if they're not enemies in this case, but also involved in this working together? It's, again, there's a lot to think about. Looking through this website really made me think again of how much information and in-depth this series is. It's honestly insane, and you could go for hours deep diving into this rabbit hole and probably still don't know the truth about it all. My one criticism I would like to say at this point as well, since obviously not every series can be perfect, it's always important to note out the criticisms, and I do have one. And that's the idea that maybe there is sometimes a little bit too much, that it can be off-putting, but I think that's a really minor one. Like, that's honestly, when it comes to ARGs and analog horror series, I think that's sort of an important factor though, is that, yeah, it's important to keep people distracted because it then leads you to still anticipate for more. You know, I always think about the stuff that we saw when it comes to, I don't know, Osiris, for example, learning about Osiris Graves. I don't know how on earth that links to the whole story, but that's added in. But I feel like, again, stuff like that can be almost too much. But yeah, just a minor thing, honestly. It may not be that big. And that may honestly be the whole point, is that they give you so much information to sort of keep you thinking, keeping you theorizing for what could truly be happening. But again, I highly recommend, if you guys are interested, to go look at the website yourself. There are, I've heard, going to be more updates to this website as time goes by. And there's honestly, again, just so much to look into. We still don't know the password for the Talon Vox page and the password for that. Again, as I mentioned earlier, if you guys do find out the password for that, do let me know in the comments and let me know your findings as to what you saw. There's one part of the stream when we looked into the website as well where we saw a coming soon sign for a possible Zion website. So again, the website that we have right now is mostly linked to Variant, but it looks like we're going to have a full-on website for Zion as well. And there's also a link on that page to the coming soon where if you press it, you get an audio log with John Zion and learn the fact that John Zion is fucking Scottish.
So come along and join us for thrills, laughter, amazement, and...
buddy.
Piss off.
Buddy! Please, cover your mouth.
Damn voice could sell anything. Including my lungs. Let me read this once more. Thrills, laughter, amusement. Who writes this shite? Honestly.
He's fucking Scottish! What? John Zion proper voice reveal?
Whatever. Aye. Ask the poor sod stuck behind a school trip of 12-year-olds if he's cherishing the experience.
But yeah, guys, I hope you all really enjoyed this deep dive. I enjoyed it immensely during the streams when we looked at the website. Just experiencing more information, learning about more of the universe of the Avarian show, where the setting is taking place, learning about how Zion is like, learning about how Variant Labs is like, and just learning more about the Avarian Pill and all of the other factors that have a huge role in this AIG series. The story to this, again, is nowhere close to being ended, so expect more content from me when it comes to the Avarian show as time goes by. But yeah, guys, I am going to wrap it up here. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and if you did, do not forget to like and subscribe. Your support really helps me out, especially if you want to see more of my deep dives into the series. And again, as a reminder, we streamed all of this live from my Twitch. I stream every day, so do make sure to follow me there if you're interested, as well as my other socials, link in the description below. You will also in the description below find the link to the Avarian show and the website. I would highly recommend again to show your support to the Avarian show. And yeah, guys, I hope everyone has a great rest of their day, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye bye.